by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
If I had to choose one, I would choose this one right here. That's in my bucket list to do before I die. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do it. I think I've probably timed out. I think I've timed.
What if
myself.
we did it as like a radio deal, like a contest thing?
Yeah,
if you're an African American woman and you want to have sex with Bubba the Love Sponge.
I think those days are over.
I think the best chance he has is leaving Erica in that tanning bed for about 2 hours.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, Friday, May 23rd. Don't forget. I mean, it seems like back in the day, man, you'd be like, oh, it's Memorial Day. And then we don't have to work on Monday. And, or like another instance that people don't get too excited about over is, remember when it was like a fallback, spring, or whatever the hell it is, spring forward, fallback, when you change the clocks?
Yes.
Everybody would be talking about that. You know, man, you got to change your clocks this weekend. But I don't like. Sometimes it'll be the Friday before you're supposed to change the clocks, and I even know
the clocks change themselves.
That's but you have to know.
No, you're right, Gene. We don't know. You don't know. You just wake up.
Who cares?
Your phone tells you what time it is.
Yeah,
I'm with Bubba. You got to know.
Yeah, you're right.
They got to let you know.
They got to let you know you might show up late or early for work.
That's right.
Who's they?
What if you don't change your alarm, Seth?
You want God to send out some sort of mailer every?
You know what's got to be the most hurting. You know, newspapers are hurting. You know, there's a lot of industry that's hurting by technology, and you know the clock business has to the alarm clock, that business or clocks have to be hurting because your clock's right on your phone. Like, man, your phone is your absolute life, is it not?
But yeah, even in schools, there's no more clocks. They're all digital.
Like from their do they have wall clocks?
Yeah, they're digital.
They're not the old standard.
No arms.
Remember, you used to be in class and it would be like maybe you're supposed
watch
to be,
that arm go slow.
You're supposed to be reading or doing something and quiet, and the teacher was up at the desk, and you just watch tick, tick, tick.
You don't watch that no more.
Tick, tick,
I don't think Kobe knew how to tell time until last year. Till he was about 14.
I'd like to get Coben. I've been videotape Coben and get like a regular, like let me a paper clock that's got hands on it or something like that, and say, put
to right now he'll take a moment to tell you.
So put it like on 3:40 and say, Coben, there's 2 ways you can tell time here. What would it be?
He hates that because he knows there's 2 ways.
Okay, so it's either 20 till 4,
144.
Strauss TV, $20.
Yeah, he hates that because he'll take a moment to think it over.
And
before
he's
he
in
says
what,
it.
7th grade?
Yeah, 9th.
He's in 9th grade, and 9th graders probably don't know how to tell time.
They don't.
I guarantee
Not off an arm.
I guarantee you he can't make change old school way.
Oh, yeah, he makes change.
No, like this. Like if a guy was to hand you, let's say it's something was $20. I'm sorry, something was $12 and they gave you a 20. Well, realistically, you'd give them 3 to make it 5 and then 5 to make it 20, right?
Yeah, he probably don't know that.
So he'd say, all right, here's 3, which puts me at 15, and then here's 5, which puts me at 20.
Yeah, probably don't.
I'm talking about old school change.
Yeah, he don't. They don't teach that. None of that.
He just get on his calculator and do 20 minus 12 equals 8, right?
Yeah.
So Lasker came in here today like a wrecking ball, full hot. And he's like, let me tell you something. Because Lasker, loves Facebook. And he goes, well, you got those kids.
Yeah, I want to be AI to a little guy.
He goes, you got those kids. By the way, we're the Bubba the Love Sponge show based out of Tampa, Florida. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge.
And I'm Gene Lasker.
And that guy's Gene Lasker. He's here on Fridays. He's a hellion. Oh, he's a hellion. I almost said the other thing. Thank God you stopped me. He's an outlaw biker. He's a retired outlaw biker. And we got Seth Kushner, Seth Kush Money. He's in the lower quadrant. He's just an overall utility man. He's like my Ryan Sandberg.
What is a utility man?
He can do it all.
Do it all?
He can produce a podcast. He can host a show. When I'm not here, for whatever reason, he'll host the show. He's the next longest.
He knows where all the buttons are.
Well, he's the next longest tenured radio personality with regards to experience. A legend, if you will.
Okay. All right, easy.
An avid sports card collector, not born and raised, but born. His family's from Chicago. A very much suffering White Sox fan. I would say but you've kind of flip-flopped from a Chicago Bulls fan to now you're like Johnny OKC over there. You're really, really digging the Oklahoma Thunder, are you?
I've had my periods with my sports teams, and the Bulls were when they were great back in the day, and then I liked the Magic when I lived in Orlando, and then I became a Grizzlies fan because John Morant got me into basketball, and now I like OKC. It's an evolution, okay?
Right.
Let me be.
How about that $1 million Baby Ruth card I got you?
Dude, I thank you. I'm waiting.
You're going to retire on that one, ain't you?
I'm just waiting for the right guy to buy it,
Gene probably gave him a $6 card that he thinks worth his $600,000.
It's out of a cereal box from like 1995.
Say it way back there.
Don't besmirch what Gene gave me. I thought it was a very nice bonding gift.
Gene, it was a nice gesture, but the card's worthless. I'm just saying. We've
and it was wrapped up and tight and clean, and
you got it from a cereal box. You got it from
way back in the day.
You got it from your Fruit Loops box.
I
back
think
in
it was Captain Crunch.
And then we got at the very top side, the executive producer, and his name is Lummy. Lummy, it's amazing the girl that does. I had to turn in payroll early this week because there's Monday's holiday, and that's when I usually turn in payroll. And so I had to get my payroll in yesterday, and you had a little bonus coming.
Yes, thank you.
And so
Did you listen to the show Friday?
Yes, I did.
So you heard
I was here
how you became the executive producer.
Yes. I knew about that one, Gene.
And
I lived it.
How did that go?
Because he was going whether or not he was going to let him to his gig that he does every year, and you were mad about it. So, and he was going he was fixing to say, kiss off.
No, he would never do that.
And he was real close to it, but then you hooked him up with an executive producer pin for his jacket, and so
a pin for his jacket.
Yes, I got a pin for my jacket.
Gene, can I ask you a question? And if it's an out of bounds question that you can't answer as an outlaw, then I understand. Just say can't answer.
Okay.
But like in the outlaw biker deal, can you get a pin or a special recognition thing for doing whatever?
No, they don't got that.
They don't.
If you don't talk, everybody walks.
Okay. So that's what you say, right?
Right.
Like when the cops got you all herded up, you're like, I don't know.
Lawyer.
I don't. Oh, is that what you say?
Lawyer.
Lawyer.
No one talks, everybody walks.
Yeah. So anyway, listen. So that's right around the farm there. Hello, Lummy. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Are you coming to help me tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Yes. I was gonna see if I could come a little earlier, but
Well, you probably could.
yeah, because I checked everything out with Big Red and stuff. So I was gonna see. I'll talk to you after the show.
Okay.
Hey, can I get a shirt out of your grab bag?
What are you talking about?
The little grab bags you're gonna sell. I mean, I got an ugly shirt on today.
Oh, the mystery boxes?
If I'm gonna have an ugly shirt, I might be one of yours.
So you mean you'd like to get a Bubba Army, like some type of
Bubba Army would be cool.
Oh, do you want one of Bubba shirts?
I'll take one of them.
Oh, from the garage sale that he's going to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want any of that stuff.
No, I think he did. I think he really did want some of your.
Well, okay. Well, listen. When I get all my used clothing in line.
Oh, I thought you had some grab bags already done because when I came in, I seen the Merch Crick's car with the door open with boxes and stuff.
Yeah, well, that's from people that literally ordered. I mean, she is our merchandising wing, which is Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Shop. Literally,
we're busier than Steinmart ever was, Gene.
Good for you.
I mean, but here's the deal: like she takes that personal. Like I'm sure there's a lot of places that you order, like your favorite sprint car driver, your favorite radio personality, your favorite whatever that has their own. I know Cletus McFarland has his own merchandise and things like that. But like my girl that does my merchandise, Merch Crick, who's also my girlfriend. She literally your order goes out within one day. Like, that's all stuff that people ordered last night from after 6 o'clock. And so, like, what time was it, Gene, when you were on here? 5:50?
Yeah.
She's already headed to the airport.
Wow.
Like, I mean, that's the way she is. So here's Gene. After the show, I'll take you upstairs, and if you can just sit through this show, I can get you. I'll just let you know if you need a knife, if you need a backpack, whatever you need. We'll just go up there and take care of whatever you need. As long as you can make it through today with that baby poop brown shirt on.
I know, man. I mean, it's a Culver shirt.
I don't think she's still here. I think she's gone.
Oh,
If she was gone, I'd have her bring you a Bubba Army shirt, or maybe I can have Lummy run up there and grab you one. Just tell him your size.
We don't got to do all that. I mean,
So anyway, Lasker rolls in. He watches Facebook. He rolls in, and he's like, "Hey, somebody put together you and Hogan talking on Facebook as babies." And that's kind of like a new thing now. Like, don't think that we invented it. It's kind of a new meme deal that people do. They use these babies and they put your voice over them, and it's baby talk. Well, it's
they kind of make you look like and wearing a clothes that you might wear.
Like this one here, Gary Cantrell put together. Let me right.
Yes.
And put it up on our Facebook page. I think it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's on all our platforms.
Yeah, it's on our Insta. It's on.
Is it eating?
I don't know. I don't know if it's. I think it's doing middle of the road.
Yeah, it's middle of the road right now.
I'll tell you what's eating.
Well, mine will be getting something done. You get me in the big box next Friday.
Okay. All right, buddy. We'll get you in the big box. We're gonna have some type of discussion between me and you. That they can, they're gonna have to have some type of content. It just can't just be you. And, hey, I'm Gene Lasker. How about me? I'm looking like a baby right now. Well, really, I'm not a baby. I'm getting ready for a sprint car show.
I don't know what I looked like as a baby. I don't got no pictures or nothing.
Well, I think they got baby templates, and you can put a mustache on them or something like that.
You give a picture of so it would be a picture of Gene, and then AI makes him into a baby.
There you go. AI makes you. Gene, this is all AI stuff. So
well,
anyway,
I mean, they got my voice down, Pat. I'm sure they get my looks looking good too.
Okay, here we go. This is.
Wait, but Bob, I'm sad Gene has no pictures of himself when he was a child.
I have none.
It's kind of sad.
I got one picture. I think I was probably 11, maybe 12 when I was in Sarasota at the foster home there riding a bicycle.
Oh, no.
Do you have that picture?
I got that picture somewhere, yeah.
Let's slap it on a shirt, Sponjo.
Oh, yeah. Young Gene Lasker.
Lasker's only picture as a kid.
That's the only picture as a kid.
So you're trying to say that you led such a crappy foster home to foster home life that you literally only have one picture of yourself.
It ain't the foster life that got me.
What
got the pictures?
What got
girlfriends?
You? Oh, so you were.
You get a girlfriend and she's stupid, and you break up with her, and then she kills your pictures.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
She
and then moving.
Up.
You know what? We moved all the time. I did. We're living with friends and blah 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 blah, and you lose stuff, and then people steal stuff, and mainly girls tear stuff up. They rip up your pictures.
There'll be a picture you and her together, and they'll tear you out of the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You
got
a couple of wins in the street stock, and they rip them up.
Right. So you don't have a lot of pictures of yourself. What, you got one picture of you? Were you pulling a wheelie at least as a kid?
I was pulling a wheelie on a bicycle, so I'm looking pretty cool.
All right. Fantastic. Well, here is what Gary Cantrell put together. This is a conversation that me and Hogan had. Obviously, Hogan and I don't talk anymore, but this is the time when Terry Funk threatened Hogan.
Yeah, to kill him.
Because Hogan told the Japanese media of what the finish was. And this was none of this stuff. Like Hogan fought Terry Funk like in South Africa or something the night before. And this is before, internet and live TV. And so they were not going to release the finish until, I guess, after the Japanese match. I don't know. But I just know that Hogan was told by Terry Funk not to tell anybody who went over. And Hogan went over. Maybe it was because Funk did a job for him and he wanted to get back to the States before. I don't know. These wrestlers back in the day were so kayfabe. And so this is a conversation that me and Hogan had probably, in 08, 09?
This would have been 07.
And Gary Cantrell found it.
Yes.
And rather than just put a picture of me and Hogan and play the interview, he did the baby talk gimmick.
Yep.
Or I'm sorry, he did the baby meme gimmick. And now Gene Lasker saw this yesterday.
I have to have that.
And he's like,
whoever's doing this, I want one by next Friday.
Who's doing the baby stuff around here? And I go, I don't know. You and Hogan talking like babies. And I go, oh, that's Gary Cantrell. I like to have one of those.
Yep.
So, that's not what I was looking for.
Oh.
Damn it.
Oh, no.
Can you send the baby gimmick to me again?
You X'd out of the baby gimmick?
No, here it is. There it is.
It's like having a trophy in life when somebody does something like that for you.
You're saying, so this is like a badge of honor.
Right.
Now I've been strung out, scared to death. I fly straight from Budapest to Narita in Tokyo because I'm supposed to go right in the ring as soon as I land.
This is pretty good, actually.
It's great.
So tired, such an idiot that when I was sworn to secrecy with Terry Funk, I wouldn't tell anybody the finish because he was the main guy at Bubba back then over there with Bubba,
right.
with Brody and all these guys.
Right. You see what I look like? Yeah. Oh, damn it.
That was you.
What's happening?
I want one
I don't
so
know
bad.
What's happening, Lummy?
Oh.
Jesus, I click on. Here we go. Jesus.
This is what an idiot I was. Now I've been strung out, scared to death. I fly straight from Budapest to Narita in Tokyo because I'm supposed to go right in the ring as soon as I land. I was so tired, such an idiot that when I was sworn to secrecy with Terry Funk, I wouldn't tell anybody the finish because he was the main guy at Bubba back then over there with Bubba,
right.
with Brody and all these guys.
Right.
I land, all these reporters went, Hulk Hogan from New Japan, you wrestled Terry. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just getting on the plane. Go, who won the match? I said, I did. Dude, it was like the shot heard around the world. Terry Funk called me, I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. I was like, oh my God,
I
he's
love
nuts.
this baby.
So, dude, I called
We
him,
got to
called
make
his wife,
Lasker a baby.
He apologized to Terry. He didn't want to talk to you. He's going to kill you. I'm going to.
Where did he live?
Amarillo, Texas.
Right.
And dude,
He's going to kill you.
I was so
Look at the
afraid of him,
sponge.
bro.
I know.
I was scared to death he's going to kill me because he's a bona
like an
fide
Asian
nut.
baby.
This is what an idiot I was. Now I've been strung out, scared to death. I fly straight from Budapest to Narita in Tokyo because I'm supposed to go right in the ring as soon as I land. I was so tired, such an idiot that when I was sworn to secrecy with Terry Funk.
All right, so we saw that.
They need to play enough for you, though.
Well, I was just doing the interview, bud. There wasn't really. It wasn't about me.
Yeah,
so
it was just, yeah.
what we need to do, Gene,
And
is
make
just,
yours and mine. So.
Whatever. I mean, Gary Cantrell whipped something up, and it'd be interesting to see what you look like as a baby.
That'd be great.
I'm sure you'll be showing everybody.
Sure, I will.
Listen, has anybody ever told you? I know I've been told, like, if you gotta stand for any length of time, for whether you're at a funeral or you're at just whatever situation you may be at, that you have to stand for a while. That don't stand locked kneed.
Yeah, don't lock your knees.
Because if you lock your knees, although it feels good, you got to keep a little bit of a bend in your knee, because if you lock your knee, you'll pass out. It'll literally make you pass out.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it will.
Oh, yeah, Gene, it will. It will make you pass out.
How long of a time? Days?
No,
like a couple hours.
It's like some. No,
that
like
is so bull.
No,
okay, well, watch this. Just watch this. This is some type of ceremony.
And these guys are going to fall down because they got locked knees.
These guys are military flagmen. I want you to watch this guy right here. Okay, now he's locked kneed.
Don't look like it. Looks like his right leg's bending.
See, now we're getting ready.
It'll literally make you pass out.
Yeah, he just wanted to take a break.
You're calling locked knees from that far away, Bubba?
Locking your knees.
His knee wasn't locked. If you look at it,
I was told it when I was in school. Don't lock your knees. You'll pass out.
I've never heard that in my whole life.
When I was in band.
Who tells you?
Just try to Google it.
I did.
Try to get and send it to me.
Okay.
No, Bubba, I believe you, but how do you know this
blood flow?
I don't believe
it
any of it.
restricts the blood flow of the largest muscle in your body, which is your thigh muscle and your quadricep, and it makes you, and it may somehow it like
stops the blood to your head.
I think so.
From your thigh.
Let me send me the article.
I sent you where it says it.
And you don't know where you're at. And the whole 9 yards. Well, maybe we should do the lock knee challenge, and when one of these days when Gino's in here from 7-Eleven, we just make him stand right behind Gene or whatever, and we put maybe we put some pads down or something.
Yeah,
and
see if he can make it throughout the show.
And we just say, Gino, lock your knees in. And then we'll see him, Gene, behind you.
We'll take advantage and bandage him up straight.
We could even have Macho Man do a ISO camera just on Gino from 7-Eleven, and then when he finally does, hits the ground, we'll have it. Look at they're unbuttoning this guy's vest.
So you're saying you could force yourself to pass out if you lock your knees?
Oh yeah. Look.
Especially when it's hot. But I sent you also a video. I think of it explaining the danger of locking your knees.
Yeah, so
the danger.
Here we go.
Oh man,
for real, you guys are trying to be dicks.
No, I'm not.
But it's true.
Here we go.
I've stood a lot in my life.
This causes when you lock your knees, your leg muscles stop pushing blood back up toward your heart.
Yeah.
This causes it to pool in your lower body, making it harder for your heart to pump enough blood to your brain. As blood flow to your brain decreases, your blood pressure drops, which can make you feel dizzy. Without enough oxygen from the blood, your brain struggles to stay alert, and your body reacts by causing you to pass out.
That dude's got a broken nose now.
Can you imagine now, Seth, of all instances for you to lock knee at your wedding?
I love that they got him going, not like at a concert or something where you're standing for hours at his wedding.
But do you guys now believe us in the fact that?
Well, after this illustration, how could you not?
Yeah, maybe you guys just haven't hung around the right people over the years. But our coaches and things like that would be like, don't lock your knees. Always keep a slight bend in your knees, just a slight one. Because if not, you'll pass out.
That's
and
right.
And I never knew.
No one's ever cared about me enough to tell me that.
I'm with you, Gene. My pa never sat me down and told me about the lock knees.
Your pa was hoping that maybe one day you would pie face yourself right into the concrete.
Absolutely.
Give yourself,
Leg muscles stop pushing blood back up toward.
So, I think, what else did you send me? Did you send me another one?
I just sent you kind of an article.
An article as to the
saying.
So listen, you learn something. You learn something every day here at the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Are you sending me another one? I can see your.
It's right above it. Oh, I'm sending you Gene Oscar's baby picture.
Oh, we already got one.
Yeah,
we got
I'm trying to get it.
All right, so let me.
Did Sarah get it to us?
Pooling.
Yes, she did.
Pooling of blood.
Okay, we get
in the legs.
Locking
your. No, you guys were so adamant about how retarded we might be by saying it.
And I've lived a long time and never heard this.
Do you believe it now?
I've stood up every day of my life.
But do you believe it now?
I'd believe it if it happened to you, Bubba. Let's give it a whirl.
I sent you a picture of the baby.
Okay, of Gene Lasker as a baby. All right, hold on here. Let me see.
Hopefully it's good.
That's me all day.
Is that what Gary's going to use?
Yes.
Oh, man, you tell that dude. He's the man.
Absolutely.
Got my eyes.
Probably the
got
only
my attitude.
Probably the only thing
got my tattoos.
He can make better if he could, but he might not because it might be a standard template. If he could put an outlaw logo there, but I don't know that you can. I got to think.
I don't know if AI may not recognize
I don't see why not.
I'll try.
I'm just saying.
But I don't know if he can find he can copy one off of a dude.
So far, Gene, that's what you're going to be when he does the Gene Lasker baby gimmick.
Man, I wonder what happened to me because I look good there.
Yeah. That baby even has.
He got my ears.
Well, hold on. He even has kind of a starter mullet. He's got a starter mullet.
That's it.
He's got a kind of a starter mullet.
Don't got no smile. That's me. I don't smile.
No. If you were, there
I'm
you go.
Already, I'm
Lasker
bitching
powder
when I wake
coating. That's Gene as a baby right there.
Man, that's a trophy all day long.
I got to tell you, if I'm rolling around Spain, me and Gene, not that I am
we're going to jail.
Not that I'm an avid hiker or anything like that. You know, I would not be building my vacation around hiking. I just wouldn't. Gene, I don't think you would either.
Not at all.
If Sarah goes, honey, we're going to go
She's not going to say that.
We're going to go to Spain and go hiking. You're right. My girl's not going to say that, and your girl's not going to say that.
No, she's going to want to go see the beach.
Ashley might say, Lummy, me, you, and Warren, like a 6-mile hike.
No, not even close.
Right. Me, you, and Lauren. Me, you, and Warren. You and I drinking alcoholic adult beverages by the pool while Walker jumps in and out of the pool because, he can swim now like a fish, can he not?
Yes, he can.
Like if you guys were to go to the resort and you guys had your lawn chairs as adults sitting down there side by side watching Walker, but you could probably not have to be worried that he can probably get around the pool pretty good.
Yeah, he
Would
can.
you probably still put some swimmies on him maybe?
Probably how big, depends on how big the pool is. Yeah, we'll probably put he's got like a Spider-Man little thing.
Yeah, because, you don't know when some taller kid's going to jump on top of him.
Exactly.
Right. So I got to tell you, though, if I was an avid hiker, I could see Seth hiking. Seth's really gotten into fitness lately. I told you about when I got on the chest machine 2 days ago, and Seth's a plate ahead of me. I'm like, what?
Yeah, there's been a couple emails coming in saying how they could tell Seth's really getting...
For real?
Yeah.
No, for real.
Seth, you probably saw those emails.
I don't know why, guys.
For real. He's getting stronger.
I don't know why you guys just...
So anyway, I got to tell you, man. But Gene, let's just say you and I happen to get on our four-wheelers or our dirt bikes, and we're up on this ledge, up in Spain, which could be, and we're have to be super careful. And there's this big ass rock that this guy's got in his hand, and where I'm like, and it's kind of in our way. I don't think it would be anything for you and I to pick that rock up and throw it. And maybe there's a big body of water, below it.
Of course we are.
Yeah, we're going to pick it up, see how big of a splash we can make, right?
Yeah.
200 and the country of Spain fined this tourist $224,000 $224,000 for throwing the massive rock off the cliff, and they called it disturbing the environment in a national park. It's considered a very, very, very serious offense, and so the fines can range.
Nobody told him that before he went hiking?
Yeah, and I would argue with him, like, show me a sign that says no throwing stuff off the cliff, right? No, secondly, this thing was in my way.
Why did he get a $5,000 fine? It says fines range from
because the judge was a dick.
Size of the rock?
Well, I don't know.
Throw a pebble, $5,000?
Yeah, you know what? Throw a rock the size of a quarter, you get $5,000.
Skip it across the water.
Throw one that you have to, take both hands to throw it in.
Yeah, because it's heavy. Look at the way it's
holding. Oh yeah, yeah. So he throws it over.
I say finally, Billy.
Este gesto te puede salir muy caro.
This gesture can be very expensive. The person who threw the stone could face a fine of...
I don't know that I would be throwing rocks over that and messing up the land because he didn't throw it in the water. You heard it go bang.
But not only that, Gene, you and I might actually, we do stupid stuff.
Right.
But we might just maybe stop and say, hey, listen, you know what? Since we're not throwing it in water, there could be some hikers down there.
Yeah.
On the lower
animals, something.
Yeah, and it could hit it.
I ain't smushing no lizards.
Once that rock gets some speed going on, it can take. I mean, it's gonna. Yeah. So I think maybe you and I actually smarter heads may prevail. Well, we're like, let's just move it to the side so we can.
I could see if there was a nice water pond there, we wanted to see it splash. You know, I got it. I get it.
I can see throwing it over only if it was water, where you could see the big.
Yeah. Dan Locasio, $10, baby, last Friday.
Oh, yeah, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, by the way. Let me see here.
USA Tips.
It's not USA Tips, cuz.
Oh, what is it?
Bubba Army Tips.
Oh, Bubba Army Tips.
BubbaArmyTips.com, but you can also go PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and all of that is at the Bubba Army. That's how we pretty much, unlike a lot of shows, we just grift for money and we're able to pay the bills. All of which are at the Bubba Army, or you can do a Rumble ramp, or you can rant.
Ramp.
Yeah, or you can do a YouTube super chat, Lummy, or you can give us some bits on Twitter, on Twitch.
Give us some thumbs ups too while you're at it.
Yeah, and more importantly, man, we are on the front page of we're on the big box and the front page of Rumble. We've cut a new deal with Rumble. We're trying to work with them to be their kind of their morning show.
We're just like we're not just a box of cornflakes.
No, we're a very high.
We're more of the variety pack.
You should see just our studio alone. I've been in Tim Pool's studio. I'm familiar with Alex's studio. I've been in. Who was that one guy who has a very popular podcast?
Concrete.
Yeah, I've been in his studios.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20. How about it?
Thank you, Iggy. I've been in, every radio station in Tampa's radio studios, which are becoming less and less studios.
Been on every channel.
And, I've been in hundreds and hundreds of studios for content, whether it be podcasting, regular terrestrial radio, television. And I would put this studio against any studio and any radio or a content studio in the world. No, but first thing people do when they walk, Venmo, Lummy, did you see it, Seth?
No, what?
So it said Seth
Wiley, $20.
Seth paid you $20. I'm like, man, Seth.
Oh, okay.
Seth Wiley. I would put our studios against any studios in the world. In the world. I mean, yeah, and we got and here's the deal.
You don't know what they got in Ecuador.
I don't. You're right. I don't.
Or Bogota.
Yeah.
So anyway, we have the most unbelievable studios. I will let you in on a secret. I'm thinking about. I'm in the planning stages of maybe building new studios.
Shut up.
Whoa.
No, I'm just saying.
No, what are you talking too much? Is what you're saying.
Okay. I'm talking too much. That's what you're saying.
I'm with Gene.
Yeah.
It's not good. Someone's going to do something.
Then you're going to be on the clock like the doc and the app, and you don't need that in your life.
Then you're going to have a bad attitude towards us, and we didn't do it.
You're going to I'm going to have a bad attitude towards you because you guys break kayfabe, and I'm the first one to break kayfabe.
You always are. That's what I love about you.
Well.
Don't do this, but I will.
Well, okay. Let's just say we're not doing that, okay? I mean, is this...
Good man.
Hello.
Oh, boy. Yeah, well, at least we get it out of the way.
We'll get it out of the way bright and early.
Charlie, what are we getting out of the way?
Charlie.
Oh.
I don't think you need to get me out of the way. I'm curious. I'm on your Rumble page right now.
Mike Thurman, $50.
Thank you, Mike Thurman.
Seth's new muscles.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Charlie, go ahead, bud. You're on Rumble, and if you go to rumble.com, we're the very first page in the bigger box. We're kind of like the promoted / highlighted show on Rumble. Which, by the way, if you're watching us on Rumble, you'd like to participate, call in, check in, say you're a first time watcher, whatever. First of all, go and follow us if you can. I was trying to get to 10,000 by the end of the week, Lummy, but we fell very much short of that. But at least try to follow us, and we're one of the very few shows that have the ability to call in. 813-90-BUBBA. This happens to be one of our best callers.
What?
And Charlie. Charlie, hi.
Did we make this guy up? Is this like really one of our own guys?
Well,
Why would we put up with him?
I think this is a real guy who watches the show critically and likes the show and likes to call. He calls all the time, and we've now limited it to one a day. So go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, so I'm going to say this. I call in every day. It seems like no one else calls in. So that makes me think
a lot of people call in, we just don't answer.
Well,
we don't need to.
Guys, I call under. Hold on. Is that Lemmy? Is that Lemmy speaking?
No, Lemmy.
First of all, okay, Lemmy. Let me ask a question. I was thinking about Lemmy earlier today. I was walking. I did a 3-mile walk earlier today.
Charlie,
I didn't say anything, to Charlie, but thanks.
Well, he's really bounced back from the suicide.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm done. I literally I'm giving up on life.
Well, please cap yourself while you're on the air.
That's please. No, if you're having problems and having suicidal thoughts, please dial 988, not us. Please.
And then do it. But be live with us.
No, we're not
We'd
asking
appreciate
that.
it. I would.
Can
We're not asking that at all.
Can I say something?
Yes,
Can I say something?
But first of all, it wasn't Lummy that was getting on you. It was Gene Lasker.
Right. I mean, he don't even say Lummy's name right.
I don't care about any of these people. Can I say something?
Yes, you can. Yes, you may.
I was literally thinking about Lemmy earlier. I was on a walk.
Oh, jeez.
Lemmy, whatever. Nobody knows who his name is. He can be called Lemmy for all we know. Okay. I'm thinking, why do you pay him? What does he bring to your show? Please don't cut me off and say, Charlie, we've had it for you. You can call back next week. Listen, this is my last call. I'm going
to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question, buddy. You ask me, why do I pay Lummy? Why do I have him around? Why is he my executive producer? Because Lummy, just being on the air, which he doesn't really participate a lot. He's very much a prep guy, but he does so much for this show behind the scenes.
He does everything.
Nobody really appreciates Lummy unless you work here and you know all the hard work from feeding the goats to getting, the Skag air check to Randy to
the dude rolls with 4 computer screens.
I mean, to probably giving me 20 news stories to look at. Him and Seth work really close together on that situation.
Instantly telling you the facts and what we're talking about.
To, on the fly, finding me articles on things that I need. Lummy does so much that he doesn't get credit for or that the average person doesn't know. That's why I keep Lummy around. Arguably one of my most valuable people here.
Red Wilson, $20.
Well, he's slacking today because he didn't tell me about my belt, putting it over there on the
in fact,
chair.
Out of all three of my guys are basically unreplaceable. I'm talking.
Can I ask that? Okay.
Lummy, Macho Man, and Seth. Listen, Lummy, Macho Man, and Seth are my absolute core guys that the business would be highly disrupted if I lost any one of those three.
Hierarchy, $100. I can't deal with Charlie.
Me neither.
Snipe be done.
Don't call on my day, Charlie.
So, Charlie,
am I allowed to talk?
Yeah, go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, so first of all, this is my last call. I'm either going to continue on with my life. You're like, Charlie, you go seek a psychiatrist, call 911. I'm done.
We don't care. We don't care.
Okay, so I was thinking about. Remember the TV show? Remember the TV show called Life Goes On?
No.
With that mentally retarded person named Corky.
We don't say that word.
No, we can't say that word.
Okay. Do you remember that show called Life Goes On with that guy named Lemmy?
Yeah,
who was absolutely fucking retarded, who had no ability to contribute anything, and he was basically just accepted. He was a clown. Lemmy is Corky. He's a clown.
That shows you.
That shows you how stupid you are.
All that does, Charlie, is shows you how much you truly don't know about how things work
Bubba,
and content.
How much does
Charlie,
family pay you on the show?
Let me ask you a question.
This is it.
How
much
radio experience, content providing experience, podcasting experience, journalistic experience, how much of that of any of what I mentioned, do you have?
None.
So can I answer that question without you cutting me off?
No, of course you can.
Okay. I think all of your audience listening right now, the 14 people listening, not the 12,000 people in Rumble that you're buying those votes or whatever they're called. Most people can listen to my voice and they can say, you know what, Charlie's an idiot, but he knows how to put a sentence together. Lemmy is quirky from Life Goes On. Lemmy contributes nothing.
I don't pay Lemmy to put sentences together.
How much does Lemmy make? How much you pay him? How much you pay him? This is my last call. Let's enjoy it. How much you pay him?
He's competitively paid with what an executive producer and co-host in Tampa, Florida would make.
I'd like to work for your show, and I'd like to make $30,000 for what he does. My gut says he makes over $60,000 or $70,000 a year. I'm going to do it for $30,000 per year. I'm going to bring you at least 15, 20 bits a day. I'm going to write. I'm going to produce. I'm going to advise you. I'm going to bring your Rumble. First of all of your Rumble votes.
I'm going to cripple you if you ever get a job here.
And Gene said he's going to clip you.
You're not going to cripple me. You can't cripple me.
Yes,
Listen
I can.
to how I speak.
No.
Okay, go ahead. Cripple me. Go ahead.
I would if I got to see you. I'd do it right now.
Charlie, I'm telling you right now.
Seriously. I'd do it at the 7-Eleven. I'd do it right in front of the police station. I would beat you with a bat.
And then go.
I'll take my time. I'll take my time.
Gene said, "I'll take my 60 days, but I got a good ass whooping in."
Let me get a hack.
Bubba, can I say one last thing?
Yes, that was.
Why?
Yes, that was 2 last things ago. But
okay, hold on. Don't cut me off. I actually respect you. I did not listen to you in your heyday. I think you've got a good show. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm done. This is my last call. Okay. I wish you nothing but the best. Take care of yourself.
I hope that this isn't your last call, Charlie.
I'm done. I'm done. Dude, seriously, I'm seriously done. I'm done. I'm done with life. I'm done with life.
Well, don't do it with the gun because I don't want the liberals to be blaming the gun for killing you when it was your dumb ass that did it.
I don't know who that old white man is with the fake teeth. That's
jump in front of a truck.
How much do you pay him? Hierarchy, $100.
Let me bring nothing to this program.
Charlie,
and 988 Charlie.
Charlie, here's the deal. I'm saying goodbye with regards to today.
You've left a hell of a legacy.
I hope that you're available to talk to me on Monday. Oh no, I'm sorry, we're not going to be here on Monday, so Tuesday. And I hope you have a fantastic Memorial Day weekend. Thank you for the heads up on how you feel Lummy is absolutely worthless.
Thank you.
You couldn't be any more wrong. And I hope that you can find some peace this weekend. And maybe go to Bubba Army HQ and listen to BubbaArmyHQ.com and listen to some of the old archives. And maybe when you feel the show was a little bit better, back in maybe the Sirius XM days or the 98 Rock days or the Cox days. There's so much.
I never listened. Can I tell you who I listened to? So let's have a normal conversation.
Oh my.
I used to listen to Howard Stern. I know that you were a very pivotal part of the Howard Stern universe. I did not listen to you, sir. I recently discovered Opie and Anthony about 4 years ago. Can I ask you a question? Do you believe that Anthony Cumia is a comedic genius?
I think they're both very talented, and they're both friends of mine.
Both? Hold on. Do you think Greg Hughes is talented?
Again, I'll stand by what I said. They're both friends of mine, and I think they're both very talented. I would love nothing. I would love nothing more for them to be able to settle their indifferences and come back and do a show. I think that could be a huge show for Sirius if that could ever happen.
Can I ask you? Okay, first of all, you know what? I actually agree with you. Anthony Cumia can do nothing for me. He's a comedic. He truly is the most brilliant radio podcaster, whatever in the history of radio. I'd love to work with this guy.
I agree with your admiration for Anthony. I also have his equal admiration for Opie.
Yeah,
I think Opie's headed down a different path right now than what Anthony is. But both have been on my show individually. You should go back and try to find those shows on Bubba Army HQ. And I got a lot. You know what? When I worked for Howard, we had this ongoing feud with Opie and Anthony, and that's one thing that I regret. I wish we would have been more friendly with them. I think it would have paid dividends for both of us. But we, I was obviously loyal to Howard, and they hated Howard. So it was that. It is what it is. But I've had both of them on the show. I respect both of them, and both of them are always invited to be a guest on the program.
No, I actually watched your show when you had Anthony Cumia on. Let me ask you one last question. Do you know who what's his name, Carl Hamburger, who are these podcasts? You know who he is, right?
I've heard of it. Yes, I have.
Oh, no, he basically just evaluates. He just breaks down all the different other podcasters online. I was just curious what your opinion of his opinions are. Are you a fan of his? Do you respect him? Or
I know who he is. I respect him somewhat. I don't think that he has the tenure to be breaking down big time veterans like Adam Carolla and things like that. I don't think he's been in the business long enough, or has the tenure. But hey, everybody's finding their own little niche within the podcasting world, and he's found his. So good luck to him.
So I'm going to leave it with this. Actually, I called in with a different road, an avenue that I was to go down. You kind of took me down a different avenue, so I'm going to think about it. Hopefully, I'll call you back another time.
No.
Even though I don't,
please don't.
I wish you the best. Take care of yourself.
I would tell you to seek God, but you know what? I wouldn't want to put God have your problem.
So, Paper towel, Willie, $100. Remember our freedom this weekend.
I don't like you, but I'm not going to go down the road.
All right, Charlie.
But anyway, hey, Clem, go ahead.
I appreciate you. I think we should wrap it up on what you just said earlier, and hopefully let's talk on Tuesday. Okay, bud? Thanks, Charlie.
I would throw him over that Spain wall for $295,000.
I think you'd throw him over. I think you would actually throw him over for free.
No, I'm saying I'd pay the fine.
Oh, you mean you?
Yeah, if they're going to fine me $295,000 for messing up.
If you got to throw something over the side of the wall that's going to cost you $250,000,
I'd throw him.
You could pick. You would pick him.
Yes, I would.
Bubba, what's your? I know he's somewhat intriguing because he's a wild card, but with him coming on here trashing Lummy, which I guess could be interesting because not a lot of people agree with what he said. But also, if we go back to Monday, he faked being suicidal just to get through.
I think and you're going to ask me what's my attraction to him.
No, I'm asking when does it become enough with him? Because I felt like doing the suicide bit, I felt like that was
the end.
I felt like that was his last straw of all right, dude, we get it. We know that you're crazy, but to pretend that you're going to commit suicide for attention that's too far.
I love to put him on because most people wouldn't. Most people, with all of his insults and how everybody sucks, would completely get rid of him. And I just want to hear him out because most people wouldn't put adversarial calls like that on the air. And I want to show you that I'm not afraid to. Even if he can tell us how bad we suck, everybody knows the value of Lummy. Lummy deep down, Lummy has to know how much I appreciate him. Lummy, you have to.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Charlie calling. He first called in to talk about Rumble, and then somehow Gene talks, and I get dragged in.
I stand by my earlier statement, and that is I have 3 people that I absolutely could not do a show without, and I listed all 3 of them. And I think I can almost throw Gary Cantrell in there too, as well, and Macho Man.
Yeah, he's good.
And so I got a core of 4. I got the core 4, and as long as I got them, anybody can call in and say anything they want about any one of those 4, and it's not going to change my mind. I think it makes him look stupid how much he really doesn't know about the program. To one, not even know Lummy's real name, call him Lemmy.
Yeah,
and to just ramble on and listen only pussies continue to play the suicide card. And so somebody that's going to kill themselves isn't going to call you, and that's their jam. That's what they do. He's obviously hurting for it. He obviously has some issues. One, he has some issues.
I know, but then Gene's telling him to blow his head off, and we're like, no, call 988. We have to.
That's just to cover our ass.
I know, but it's like we had to cover our ass for a character.
Well, I know, but we can at least.
I understand.
If he was to blow his head off, we could say, listen, at the 13th minute and 14th second of his phone call, you can see that we told him please don't, and dial 988. That's completely just insurance to cover our ass. If he was to do that. That's on him.
Okay, I don't want it to seem like we care.
No, we don't. We don't care at all. But here's the deal: we care enough to put him on the air to expose how insanely crazy he is, and just how much he just wants to hear himself talk. We may be the only show that really in a long form type way puts him on. So I almost feel as if it's like almost a gimmick, if you will. I'll get tired of them eventually, and we'll ban them. But just maybe. And I'm not Gloria Zach Lasker, your number one fan. Lasker Friday is $25 on PayPal. It's almost like It's maybe it's almost something like this. Maybe if he didn't have the ability to call the show and in little Charlie's head be this somewhat important person because he's able to get on the air for 15 minutes and spew his nonsense, maybe we are the therapy that's keeping him alive.
Nobody in this room signed up for that.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I got your package, but I'm concerned. Very concerned.
What are you concerned about, buddy?
I'm concerned about the shipping price.
Well,
dude, $31. I mean, the mail.
He wanted to get it to you to show you how much he cares.
Morning, Bubba the Love Sponge show.
No, I know that. I feel badly.
Love Sponge show.
Gene, you been wearing your Alpha?
I'm wearing it. I wear it every day.
Your wife wears it too.
All right, Xerxes, I forgot what I said already.
It smells perfect on a girl.
Oh, and it's unbelievable.
Thank you.
Thank you, DJ Tiz Diz.
No, you're good.
She's such a good girl.
What do you got, a shirt?
I got me a shirt.
There you go.
Is that from Merch Crack?
Yep. She said she's making your favorite flapjacks.
She knows what my favorite breakfast is.
Oh, okay.
That's how you deal.
And ain't flapjacks.
Okay, we know. That's like
I'm not a big pancake guy.
But I sent you a baby Seth if you want to see it.
What up, Neil?
Oh, on the iron gimmick?
Oh, man.
Yes.
What up, Miss Thomason?
Seth, I'm going to surprise you with it, okay?
Okay.
I don't want you to be able to see it and engage it until you see until.
Thank you, Zach. I hear it a lot, but sometimes I forget about the good stuff because of all the bad
Gene,
things.
what kind of shirts did you get?
All the bad things.
A real one, a black and white Bubba.
Oh. The standard.
I don't even got any Bubba shirts. All mine I grew out of and gave them away.
What up, Berto J Tiz Radio?
I need to get you and Kobe, and I got some girl stuff that I could get Sarah. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, Mike Thoroughman? Thanks for the cash. What's up, Cash? Thanks for the cash.
You ever ate at Frankie's?
What's up, Thomas?
Frankie's?
Yeah. 4th Street, St. Pete.
Beach metal detectors? No.
It's a steakhouse that's got the tomahawks.
Never trust a fart over 40. I love you, buddy. No, is it good?
I don't know. I'm going to go there Sunday because we're going to the Showtime banquet for 2024.
Thank you, Hierarchy. And thank
Samsung.
you, Paper Towel Willie.
Samsung 244. Appreciate all the new follows on Rumble. Duck God. Good morning, bud. Grouper Lips. You know what my favorite breakfast is.
Oh my god. What's up, Quicker Ticker?
Thanks, scrambled eggs and hash browns.
Rumble White.
Neil Malplaisir, $50.
Followers. Lummy, they're saying now that our followers are only 2.4, and we had 8.4 yesterday.
On Rumble?
Thanks, Grumpy Old Biker. I'm like Robert Ory. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I think there's something wrong because if you click on our channels, if you go to the main thing, the channel says 8.51 followers.
Oh, okay. I don't. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's if you click on the channel, it's. I don't know why.
No, look. If you click on our channel, 2.4.
I know. I'm saying if you go, you see where it says all videos live channels.
Hold on. Where?
Like the options, all video live channels. You go to video channels. See how it says, look, it go down?
Yeah.
It says 8.51. I don't know why it's... I think they're...
Can you ask... Sir?
Yeah, because if you click on that one, Bubba, it goes back to the 8.51.
I know, but...
1369,
But
they may be fucking with the page.
Somebody might be fucking with the page?
What up, Alan Bowling?
He's on... Siraj's on vacation.
Okay, we'll just have to...
Because like I'm looking at it now, when I hit the channel...
I'll be at home, caviar.
It's what?
It says 8.51 followers.
Too poor. What's up, Nicholas?
But if you go to
9 seconds for a shout out.
If you go to the live feed, it knocks you back down to 2-3.
Now let me tell you something. God does not jump out of your wallet to pay those bills. Those bills keep on coming, oh say the great Gene Lasker. Go ahead and open the wallet for us though, and donate via PayPal, Venmo or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now back to the show.
I don't know what type of following caper we got going on here in Rumble, but we have like 8.4, 8,400.
We're at 8.51 right now.
8.51, but in some instances where you see the Bub Army logo, it says 2.32. So we got
others says 2.34.
So we got some kind of nonsense going on. Lummy, who's worthless and does nothing, will get to the bottom of it and get it remedied. Charlie, maybe I should, like, every time, Lummy, that I'm getting ready to do something, I should denote it's gone through you. You know
I think we should just ban the word Charlie.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
that's about it.
I think we continue on to let him make an ass out of himself. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba. My name's CJ, and I'd like to say I'm not suicidal caller calling in. I am sane, I believe. Hope Charlie is okay.
That's a great start. By the way, that's a great starting point. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, we all hope he's okay. If you read the chat, there's a few different opinions about him. But,
right, of course.
Bubba, a couple of things I want to just compliment you on and then ask you about the past, because I know you're trying to build a future, but I'm really curious about. First off, I want to thank you for my preteen years working in the Power Big in Tampa. I learned to become a man during those years based just on your radio show, so I really appreciate that.
Thank you, my friend.
And then also, when you got up to New York and you were working with two guys that, to me, are on the Mount Rushmore, the Howard Stern part of the life that, I listened to, was Ronnie the Limo Driver, which classic content you two provided. I know you were close friends at one time. And
hold on. At one time, I went as late as last October to Ronnie's wedding in Vegas to lovely Stephanie. And was
I thought you didn't make it, Bubba. I heard you didn't make it.
No, I made it and gave a speech too.
That's beautiful, brother. So you paved it back after he went to you and Heather's wedding. That's
but
cool.
I did. But here's the thing. So the entire wedding, there might be video of it somewhere. So the entire wedding is and now people are taking the mic, and Sal and Richard and Gary, everybody takes the mic, Mehmet, everybody, and then everybody starts
waiting on you.
Everybody's like, Bubba, Bubba. And everybody thought that I would go up. And here's lovely Stephanie. She looks beautiful. By the way, Kurt Busch was there. Gene.
Really?
Kurt Busch and Ronnie are super, super close.
No kidding.
Yeah. So he's there, and there's some other famous people there, and people, most people that are familiar with Ronnie's world are familiar with Ronnie coming to my wedding and not ruining it. But
he roasted you a little bit or something, didn't he?
Caught a lot of flack. Now his line at the time, his infamous line at the time while being part of the Howard Stern show was, we'll call it fudge. Let's go fudge some whores. And so took my mic away. Took my mic away when I was thanking people and just yelled it and Howard, for years has gotten on Ronnie's ass about that. You ruined Bubba's wedding. Blah blah blah. For you made it all about yourself. This and that. And I didn't really. I made a T-shirt out of it, if you remember, and Howard asked me to take them down.
And he almost got in trouble for selling that.
Yeah, well, I did sell them for a while, but I took them down, immediately.
Red Wilson, $10. Wilson race cars.
So, okay, here we go.
Okay, Chubby Rednecks.
So I think Macho Man has loaded me up with various things.
Yes.
And so I went. Everybody at Ronnie's wedding is like, Bubba, and I wasn't gonna say anything. It was a great evening. I'm with Erica. I'm sitting at the table with Richard and Sal, and so they want me to go up to the microphone, and I'm assuming,
bust on him.
Do what he did.
Or say his line.
Do what he did to me. So yep. I come rolling up. Now, I don't know which one it is, Lummy. Maybe you know which one it is. You gave me three different. And Macho Man, your mic's up as well. Between 1, 2, or 3 here. Which one is the one where I talked?
I believe that's on video.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have that?
No, this is Ronnie talking to Howard on his show.
Oh, okay.
This is when they were talking about when you were going to go, and then about the wedding, how merch crate was hot.
What happened with Bubba?
Surprising.
Bubba going or not?
Bubba will be at the wedding.
What? How did that happen? He announced he wasn't going to the wedding.
Bubba called me over. We spoke over the weekend. We had a long talk, and he explained what the hell was going on with his head. His head was in a bad place, and he apologized, and he's coming.
All right, there you go. I'm happy to hear that.
Which actually put more pressure on Howard because Howard said he wasn't going, so Howard loved the fact that I wasn't going. But I,
where was your head?
Yeah, I just.
Oh no!
It was kind of a touchy subject.
Sorry, all right, my bad.
And so my sister actually took me aside, who, by the way, I missed her wedding, and said, "You can't do that to Ronnie. You got to be out there."
Why did you miss your sister's wedding?
Let's not get into all that, okay?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know you did that.
Hey, Bubba, can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
So the guy that really breaks my heart, and you were one of his last guests on this podcast, is, of course, Artie Lang. Has anybody? I mean, he hasn't tweeted in years.
Listen, let me just stop you right now. Nobody really knows what's going on, and I'm very close with Artie. I have 3 of his newest cell phone numbers, none of which work. Tim Sabian, who was our program director, he at one time repped Ronnie on some podcasting stuff. He's super close to Artie. Nobody knows what's up with Artie. Nobody knows.
Wow.
No, he's not been seen. He's not been heard from. It's got a lot of people concerned. I can just stop you right there because I knew you were probably going to ask, what's up with Artie? And the answer is nobody. Even some of his closest friends, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Chop it up spice, 20.
Do you think it was the beginning of the end when Bubba, he got clean and sober for the first time and came back to Howard and said, I'd like my job back, and that was the main reason he said why he got clean and sober? And when he got shot down, do you think that was the beginning of the end, even though he already had a trouble past?
No, I can't speculate any of that. It's not my show. I can't speculate Howard's personnel decisions. I cannot. I can only speculate that I hope my friend Artie is okay, that he's still alive and he's still around, and that he's not in jail. A lot of people are speculating that he maybe violated his probation and peed dirty and he might be incarcerated. I hope that's not the case. But with regards to him not going back to Howard or Howard not wanting him back, I think in my opinion, Howard felt he was a liability at that point. Whereas, you can say you're clean, but a lot of people jump off the wagon and do stupid stuff. So I can't really speculate on that. But Artie has a big enough name that Howard helped establish that Artie could have gone on and be doing the nightclubs. I'm sorry, doing the comedy club circuits right now and doing pretty well. He could be making a hell of a living on podcasting and touring, and he could be doing real well.
You brought that up to him. You brought that up to him on his last podcast that, before you guys got this going, you even talked to him about the two of you would have been gold. And I'll be honest, I love the whole team. Believe me, I love what you got now going on. But when you had brought that up, I was like, that would be genius. But Artie's so not difficult in a vicious way, but you're just difficult because you don't know where his head is at.
I wouldn't say difficult. I would say unpredictable.
There you go.
And sporadic. So there you go. I'm gonna play a few excerpts of what I have with regards to the Ronnie wedding. I'm gonna play a few excerpts from that. Okay.
Thanks, Lovey, for taking my call and putting me through. Bubba, the team, I appreciate you. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. 813-90 Bubba. Let me see.
And I'm glad he's coming.
I'm sure you are. I think you were devastated when you heard he wasn't going to be there.
Who's going to be at Steven Singer's table? Is it going to be Bubba? Maybe Bubba. Bubba.
People, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Lummy, I was one of the very few. I think Howard only had Howard had less than 100 guests at his wedding, and I happened to be one of them. I was I sat next to Sam Simon, the co-inventor of the Simpsons, and right across the table from me, Gene, literally from me to you, was Donald Trump and his wife Melania, Billy Joel, a couple big hedge fund guys, Leon Black, just right, Kelly Ripka, and her and Barbara Walters, right across the street, right, literally from me to you.
Do you think people are saying you won't believe that Bubba the Love Sponge was across from me at Howard Stern's wedding?
No, they're not saying it at all. They're like, man, I can't believe how Bubba even went in there.
Bubba. With the Howard Stern show? Yeah. Who do you put with Bubba?
Who's at Bubba's table?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Hold on.
Oh, you got the list. Oh, good. Ronnie's got the list.
I happen to have the list right here. We were going over it because I don't even want to get into that.
Now, see, I don't know if they're posturing me to be, pathetic, or they're posturing me to be problematic. You know what I'm saying?
I think they're just killing time.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too.
I got a little a note from Bubba over the weekend. Bubba the Love Sponge telling me he got COVID over at your wedding. He's ready to sue you.
How does he know he got it?
He's ready to sue you,
dude. You could have got on.
Which, by the way, was not the email that I sent Howard at all. I had a kidney stone, but I didn't have COVID.
Plane. You could have got it in the hotel where you stayed. He didn't stay in the hotel where we did.
Which, by the way, is wrong. I did. I stayed at the Red Rock. That's where all the festivities were.
Come on. He got it at my wedding. Nobody else got it. Oh, Jamie got it also. But does she know where she got it? No.
Bubba's all upset with you.
Yeah, good.
And Howard is such a crap stirrer because that's not
it's radio, bro.
Good,
I know.
Good for him. He can go.
Gene has to remind me that I'm on. I do the very same thing. Thank you.
One of his tirades again.
No, he didn't blame you. He just said I got COVID in Vegas.
Fred said that's why he wasn't going to go.
Yeah, I get it.
His girlfriend's hot, dude.
Who? Bubba's
girlfriend's hot. Yeah, Erica.
How do we see a picture? Let's see a merch crick.
I don't have. We don't have any pictures yet.
If you get pictures of Merch Crick, I'd like to see.
Yeah.
Yes, I will send you.
She must be. Bubba must post pictures of her online, right? Merch.
No.
Crick.
Giant boobs, man. Diacos.
I need to see what size Diacos she got.
They're big, dude. They're big.
Are they natural?
They're big. They are big.
Looking though, or are they those big?
Yeah, no, they look great. No, they look great. It's not like you stare at them like, oh, they're so or whatever. They look really good. I mean, at least the dress she was wearing at the wedding, she looked awesome.
I want to see that.
I want to see
I'm sure somebody must have taken a picture of her.
I don't know all the Bubba lingo. Why does he call her Merch Crick? I understand she's the girl who hands out merchandise, but what?
Howard saying I don't understand all the Bubba lingo.
It's Crick.
Crickets, boy, crickets.
Yeah, I don't know his language either.
I think that's something he's always.
Has something.
I think that's something he's always called a female, a crick.
A crick?
Yeah, it's like a cricket, I guess, or something.
Like a cricket. Something. Women are like crickets. They rub their legs together.
There you go.
Or is it like that. But JD, she was hot, right?
Yeah. She looked good. Yeah. I don't know. She has big boobs. Sam was saying that she looked like Dolly Parton, but I didn't think they were that out of proportion.
Right.
Of her. But yeah, she's very nice.
JD, on that computer, you can't pull up a picture of Merch Crick?
Well, someone's putting them up right now. You'll see it right now here.
I should start selling to you, Lummy. Lummy, on that computer over there, you can't pull me up a picture of...
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, I like her. Bubba looks amazing, man. He's skinny.
Yeah, look at him. I wouldn't even have recognized him.
He looks like a senator or something.
And he wears these glasses now. He wears these like JD's glasses, kind of. These black frame glasses. So he looks like this, like 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 you said, like a senator.
Howard says I look like a senator, Lummy, when I put my big boy suit on.
You're looking good.
He doesn't even look like Bubba the Love Sponge anymore. He looks like the sales manager at a radio station.
Now I'm a sales manager, Seth. I'm Bubba Meter.
Dude, I said Joe. I think him and Joe could be brothers.
Could be.
Who? Oh, Joe. Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah, Joe. I like the girlfriend, though. Very nice.
Yeah, she's hot. She's really nice, man.
Yeah.
Congressman Love Sponge.
I'm thinking he could be Speaker of the House. We ought to nominate.
We need one, right? Don't we?
Yep, we still do.
Yeah, one member of the staff said, I never met Bubba before, but he looked surprisingly human. That was the quote. Surprisingly human.
Seth, you can see they got me painted as such a monster. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just like completely, like I'm John Belushi at Animal House, and I'm just like nonstop crazy.
He looks handsome. Good for him.
Everybody loved him, man. It was nice. I'm glad that we had the whole discussion, and he decided to come. It was great.
You like the idea that there'll be some celebrities.
No, it was nice that he was coming. Yeah, I was happy.
This is when I think Ronnie goes off on me, Lummy, when I made it and when I didn't think I could make it.
Yes, I think so.
And I didn't think I could make it.
He was coming, but okay, fine. But let me know.
I think
these other never responded. They can go suck.
Damn, he was mad.
Don't tempt me.
All right, it's enough of all that. Enough of all the Howard Stern stuff. So what we don't have is so everybody's up there giving their condolences and well wishes and Sal had a great. Oh my God, Sal's was so funny, and so everybody's like Bubba, and they want me to go up there and say, I just want everybody to know, let's go fudge some whores. That's what they wanted to do. Which at that point, man, it kind of puts it kind of he did deserve it. So I walked up and I had my little suit on, Lummy, as they all are putting over, and I look pretty good. Listen, I look like a congressman or whatever. And listen, these are the most. You got to understand, Howard and his group are the hardest people to impress. I mean, they are very cynical on everybody. So they've already kind of put me over. The way I presented myself and how I looked. And at that point, I grabbed the microphone and I said, if anybody's familiar with my wedding, you know that this fine gentleman, Ronnie, got up at my wedding and kind of closed out the wedding with one of his very infamous sayings. Really, Ronnie, as a man and man code, you got one coming. You got one coming. Gene, like man code. Like you got one. Yeah. You got one coming. And I said, but you know what? I'm not going to do that to you. Mostly out of respect to your lovely wife, Stephanie. She's so beautiful, and you're so fortunate to have her. So you know what? My message to everybody in the room is: go back to your hotel rooms and make love to your wives. And
you said that?
Yep. And I got a big pop on it. But I think a lot of people were disappointed, too.
Yes, they were.
I mean, go home or back to your hotel room and make love to your wives. Let's keep whores out of the situation. Boom. I got a pretty good pop for it, but I feel the room. I just saying it right now, I felt the room go flat.
Yeah, it's still almost a roast type atmosphere,
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I could never be the guy. I mean, I don't know.
Well, yeah, you got
behind your microphone. You would have been.
No, I was behind a microphone. I had a microphone. I was standing in front of everybody. You know,
I'm talking about if you were right there in your spot.
Oh,
your comfortable spot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever.
You'd have roasted them.
I think I'm now 17, 18 years older. And what upside is there?
Age ruins us, don't it?
What upside is there?
Lummy's dying.
What's up? Lummy, what's wrong with you?
Nothing, I'm good.
Yeah, I see you over there coughing.
Yeah, I hit the cough button. I'm good.
No, you didn't.
He's having a Charlie attack.
You didn't interrupt. You didn't interrupt the audio chain. I didn't hear anything. I could just visually see you're struggling. Are you okay?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Are you just as disappointed as everybody else seems to be that I didn't tell everybody to go fudge some whores?
No. When you pretty much called yourself out for having that joke go flat, I kind of choked up for a little bit. Sorry.
Bubba, he almost died the other day. He was choking on something, and he was waiting for you to go to break, and then you didn't go to break, and you kept going, and he just remained choking.
And nobody put the hamlock on him?
It's not called the hamlock.
He was just over there turning red.
It's called the Heimlich.
The Heimlich.
Not the hamlock. Nobody put the hamlock. Here's the deal. If you ever are struggling over there where it's a life or death situation where you're choking, please just
throw something.
No, just say
I can't say nothing. He's joking.
Just say
he can't.
Like keep your mic wide open. And let us help you.
Oh, and then get yelled at for making noise on the mic.
No,
there you go.
Let me oxygen.
I mean, you're not going to get yelled at if you just go. That's going to get you in trouble.
Yes, of course.
But if you're over there struggling life or death, where you need, like as Gene Lasker says, the Hamlick.
I thought it was the Hamlick.
I don't know. Maybe better if I just pass out.
Bubba, he would die just to not have to bother you on the air.
So if he passed out, would you run over here and move his legs crooked so they would be straight?
I don't know why everybody thinks that I got so much heat with Lummy and I'm so mean to Lummy. Lummy, do you feel as if I'm mean to you?
Not at all.
I mean,
no, Bubba. He's so loyal and doesn't want to upset you at all that he's willing to punish himself, almost willing to give you his life just so he doesn't upset you.
Lummy's too nice to you.
Well, Lummy needs Lummy needs to be in the making sure Lummy's healthy business. And I didn't, don't worry about Lummy. If you're over there choking and you need help, please say something. See something. Say something. Okay, bud.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, I need a real man common sense recommendation from Gene Lasker.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
It's been 1 year to the hour that my mother passed away, and I have no idea what to do. Should I just power through it, or is there something...
I mean, I mean, Gene, I'm kind of answering for you, but maybe you can help me out here. Like, what is there to do?
I mean, if I could walk, I could go to wherever, lay roses or flowers or, things like that. But
you
can't walk?
But he's bedridden.
Oh.
He's bedridden in kind of a nursing home hospice type deal.
Get you a little yellow tablet and some crayons or marker or something and draw some pictures.
Of her?
Of her and you, or thoughts in your head, and just put them down there. And then every once in a while, you can look at them.
And I guess that would
put you right back into that spot where you used to be.
That would represent what he was thinking, the time,
that he really needed to think.
Yeah. There you go. Get some do some arts. Gene said do some arts and crafts about what's in your head right now.
That makes sense, and I never even considered that. I mean, I thought about flowers. I thought about my mom's favorite things, pizza, but I'm not...
draw a picture of you and your mom sitting at the pizza parlor.
Yeah, we actually went to Hooters once. I could draw that. I have those in my phone, those pictures still. So
yeah, do that. Okay,
big boobs in the background, shorts,
as you're listening,
and your mom smacking you in the head for looking.
As you're listening to your favorite show.
Yeah.
There you go. I knew you could do it. Thank you, Gene.
All right,
you're
Joseph,
welcome.
Mark. When I return, I don't know if you know this, Gene, but I'm not going to miss it. The new Earnhardt documentary on Prime Video. I think, does it get released?
Someone said they cried within the first 5 minutes.
It got released last night.
Somebody said they cried within the first 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. That's what I read.
I will be honest. I watched that fateful day. I was in my big mansion, in my sports memorabilia room, with my big screen TV, watching the 2002 or 2000.
It was the year after you threw the flag.
Yeah, 2000. I don't know, I don't know what year it was, but here he is. Dale is running second or third. Michael Michael Waltrip is winning. It's going to be the biggest race that he's ever won of his lifetime. Dale Jr. is running second. So and Dale Sr. owned both of those cars.
He already won the 500, so it was all money for him.
He'd already won. That very elusive 500 victory, the same victory that Tony Stewart never got. Some really great, some of the greatest drivers in the world don't have the end of the Daytona 500 on their resume. Namely, mostly Tony Stewart.
I did not know that.
Tony never won he never won the Daytona 500. A 3-time NASCAR champion.
I cannot believe that.
A IROC champion, a IndyCar. He won the Indy championship points one year, and he never won the Indy 500, and he never won the Daytona 500. And so anyway, if you remember, Tony had an unbelievable wreck with like 4 to go. One of Tony's worst wrecks ever. In fact, Tony has that wrecked car in his little car collection. And so they throw a red. This is how the rumor goes. And Bill Simpson got blamed for all of it. Simpson belts and Bill Simpson. And it was not a belt failure at all.
He didn't put them on. He put the bottom belt on only.
So at the red, Dale Sr. had been known to undo his belts, kind of relax a little bit, which a lot of race car drivers do. Me and Gene, being former race car drivers, on a long red, you'll sometimes take your helmet off, check your tear-offs, and if you're a dirt driver, check your tear-offs. Just kind of get some air, unloosen your belts a little bit, and then when it's time to go, put everything back on. Make sure your belts are super tight. I mean, you're really.
If I'm up front and there's a red and I'm sitting there and I know I can win this thing, I take my armor strengths off. I unhook my belt and pull my armor strengths off my belt, and then hook my belts back up so my arms are free.
In case you really got.
Because I want to get on that wheel, and I don't want want nothing holding me back.
The way Dale Sr. died was there was a Tony Stewart red. There was a huge red created by Tony Stewart, and with 5 to go. Senior's cars are running first, second, and he's third. He is like Michael Waltrip in I think it was the Napa car. Had never won. He had won maybe a smaller race or two, but the Daytona 500 is the crown jewel of the sport. They have like 4 or 5 to go. Senior knows that he can kind of block the field high and low and let his 2 cars get out on a nose-to-tail drafting deal and win.
And either one of them would have made Earnhardt a lot of money.
Either one winning.
Winning.
And then them being first and second means he makes even more money.
But if Earnhardt would have won it, he wouldn't have made as much money because they would have went to
because he drove for Childers.
Right.
So he might have only made 50%.
So
I think
he was getting greedy about the money killed him.
So he undoes his belts. When it goes back green, he didn't
put the top
belts back on. He's like, I got 5 to go. I'm just going to sit back here and block. My 2 boys are going to go out there and run it. Well, he gets into a very, very survivable crash that Sterling Marlin started, got him loose, and then Kenny Schrader.
It was no big deal.
It wasn't Kenny Schrader.
There was another fault in there too, though, that year. Earnhardt built his own custom seat brackets, and his seat, if he leaned back and pushed forward, the seat would rock like 6 inches. And he could lay back, or he could pull it back, and it would push the back of the headrest forward and put him over the steering wheel.
Both very unsafe situations.
Very unsafe.
They say he only hit the wall going about 158.
But with no top belts, he wasn't Superman. He couldn't stop his face from plowing the center.
So basically, his face ate the dashboard.
No, it ate the steering wheel.
And the dashboard. And he was one of the very few guys that was old school that had to have an open-faced helmet.
Yeah.
And so
smashed his nose into his brain.
He died of a basal skull fracture when that's what happens is you smash basically your nose and your head. You just compact your whole head and vertebrae into itself.
And then bleed out.
And the first person to his car was Kenny Schrader. I've talked to Kenny before, and he does not like talking about he He takes the window net down. That's the first indication as a race car driver they tell you to do is you take the window net down. That shows everybody that you're
safe.
That you're at least conscious.
Yeah.
You may have broken a leg, you may have, but you're conscious enough to take the window net down. And you're alive. Dale Sr.'s window net doesn't do anything. Kenny Schrader gets out of his car, takes the window net down, sees the situation, and starts going absolutely nuts, telling the emergency personnel to get over here now. Now, what a lot of people don't know, and I have to go into words, so Tony was at Halifax Hospital. Remember, he caused the wreck.
Because of the wreck he was in.
Yeah. He's in. They check him out. They do like a CT scan on him, and he's good. And they roll him into a room to, as kind of they want to look at him for 5 more minutes or so, but he's getting ready to leave. And I think there's video of this that Tony most recently talked about. Let me see if you can find it. Okay. Tony says they wheeled Dale into my room, and I saw the whole thing. When they were bringing Dale in, they just threw him in a room real fast as they were getting the operating room ready. And Tony was.
Why was he still alive at that moment?
No, but
I didn't think so.
They still had to go through a CT scan. I mean, they still had to go through the protocol.
Right.
And Tony was in the same room when Dale.
Damn, I don't want to be there.
Yeah. Let me see if you can find that. I'm going to play the trailer.
Okay.
Of the new Prime. It's on Prime Video called Earnhardt. There's no reason in the world, Gene, that he shouldn't be with us today.
Nope, he sure shouldn't. But,
I sent you the clip.
Okay. I'll open up with that clip next, then we'll get into the trailer running a little bit behind.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
What do I got on? Okay. Let me see here.
Ended up crashing. The sport lost Dale Earnhardt Sr. in that race. Looking back on that, what do you remember about your crash?
All I remember, we were 3 wide coming off of turn 2. I was the car on the very bottom. I think rough.
2001, did.
Hello, everybody. I do some research here.
Now the drafting assistance will change lanes and now trouble. Stewart is in trouble on the backstretch. Stewart's car up in the air and over barrel rolling, turning gyrations. Hits a big wreck on the back straightaway. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Welcome back to today's home big one, gang. It's the big one. It's what we've all been fearing. This kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20. Stewart was the first car sideways. Here's see why.
Here's the 4 got into the back of Ward Burton, I believe. How much we go?
At 17-8. Still on the front page, Willie. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let me go over to, even though it says we have, oh, there they go. They fixed it. 85. Glenn Longnecker. Yeah, can you imagine Dale Sr. with all the Bubba Wallace shit that went on a couple years ago?
Oh, man.
Dale Sr. would have said, okay, let's fucking burn a timeout here.
Yeah.
And,
we're dying over the only time we're going to worry about noose is if it's around someone's neck. That's
because my garage noose, I got a garage noose. What's up, Jesse? My hands,
looking good, Gene.
almost better. You can just see now you can actually now count how many times they stung me. Gene, I got stung 15 times on my hand.
Brian, what's up? Are you in YouTube?
Steve, the grumpy old man.
Oh, yeah, boy, bit up.
Yeah.
Announcing your departure is a DB move. I don't know what that means. J-Fish. Go.
Glow Bug.
Glow Bug. Hi, Glow Bug.
Announcing your departure is when someone's like, I'm leaving, or I'm quitting, or...
Bubba, did you hear about what Gene just said about your hand?
No.
What up, Matt Hogg?
Gene, what'd you say?
Matt Hogg.
I kind of liked it. I think it was funny.
Me getting stung 15 times in the hand?
I told you what I tell you a week before. Get some wasp spray.
That's right.
I did, Gene. I was spraying the wasp, and they attacked me.
Well, you need two.
J-Fish. S67 Ford.
Ryan, I'm concerned about how much this cost to ship. I got your package.
It's got your pack rag.
It says $31.
I mean, it looks like they fixed it.
I'm freaking out.
Army gimmick.
What's up, Bell? I'm close. Hope you're good, man.
Listen, for all you 18,000 people in here on Rumble, can you please follow us? Can you give us a follow? I know that we might be a brand new show to you. We're getting ready to go on. We're going live on 40 seconds here. During our commercial breaks on terrestrial, we do this thing called Hot Mic where we can talk to you and cuss and say things like fucking shit. But obviously, we're on regular radio. We can't.
She fucked you, Ryan.
So,
sorry, I gotta get. I'm talking.
Caviar.
What's up, Felix?
Who's leaving? There's semi-autograph Travis. Is there somebody that's mad at the show, or are they just leaving because they got to go to work, or they hate the fucking...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I think they did.
Skag.com, ladies and gentlemen. Any type of, for all you lawn dogs out there, lawn maintenance guys, whether it's the windstorm, the mini jackal that they got out because...
How do you say skag in Mexican?
I don't know how you say skag in Mexican.
That's what you need to be doing. Become more skag.
You're trying to say that
a lot more Mexicans are mowing lawns than whiteys.
A lot more Mexicans are mowing lawns than whiteys, so you need to learn how to say skag in Mexican.
That's what I would do.
El Skago.
El Skago.
Just tell the Mexicans, look for the bright orange lawnmowers. They're the best ones.
Yep.
Skags are unbelievable. I got a 72-inch... 3-blade, 3-cylinder diesel at the track, and that thing is just an absolute workhorse. I love it. Thank you so much, Randy and Maria, for all that you do. For everybody else, man, I think Rainey from Oklahoma. Now, I don't know if she has a husband or not, or
I think she does.
Yeah, I think she does. Yeah, he came to do a barp.
I don't know if he had I don't know if he had a say-so in the lawn on the zero-turn mower that he might be very well driving. But Rainey took his ass to the skag dealer, and they got themselves, I think, a Turf Tiger yesterday.
Nice.
Rainey,
Does that turn you on, a lady on a Turf Tiger?
I mean, kind of would.
Yeah.
Maybe I should put...
kind of got wood.
Maybe I should put, Merch Crick in a bikini top, rolling around in my skag. Now, she's never been allowed to drive my skag. I'm very particular about my skag. I'm somewhat skag aggressive. You just don't throw anybody on your skag. Gene, it's kind of like your favorite Harley. You just don't let anybody drive it.
I don't let nobody ride it.
My skag is the same way. Go to skag.com, find your local dealer. Again, they got everything from portable skid steers to big windstorms to the new the tree frog lummy, which is made for extreme slope mowing and bush hogging, to just your standard zero turn. Walk behind, just whatever you need. They got it. It's made in Mayville, Wisconsin. Randy is a huge supporter of motorsports, owning, I think, God, maybe 4 or 5 NHRA teams.
Oh.
So good luck to you, Randy. I know that, Gene, did you know Tony won his second Wally?
Wally.
Yeah. He beat the Skag. I was torn because it was Justin Ashley driving the Skag top fueler versus my good friend Tony Stewart.
Yeah, I was for Tony. I mean, I'm into Skag. I mean, because they sponsored the show, I painted my Toro orange and put Skag on the front. No one knows the difference.
Hold on, you're saying I painted my Toro orange
and I put Skag on the front,
and
people think I got one. They can only see me from outside my fence.
Right, so they can't.
No one comes in while I'm mowing.
They can't get a real good beat on you.
Right.
So they think you got a Skag.
Yeah,
I love it, Gene. I love how you.
Well, it's better than nothing. I mean, I couldn't. I already had bought it. It's too late. I didn't know they were going to sponsor the show.
It shows that you support sponsors of the show, even if it's a kayfabe deal.
That's right. Like every vehicle I got's got Toyos on it, and I really like my Toyos on my dually.
Oh man, those are the greatest tires.
They work good in the rain. Jeez. I was trying a Hero or Zero the other day during the rain, and
you couldn't get it brake free.
I couldn't get it to brake free in the rain, man.
That's a hell of a tire right there. Anyway, go to skag.com. Made in Mayville, Wisconsin, American made. They're huge on automation as well. They do all types of stuff for the government and the car manufacturers. It's part of the Metalcraft company. Skag's just one of their many companies, but obviously the lawnmower of our choice, and that is Skag. Appreciate you. Is Aaron in the process of getting some new Skags?
Yeah, he's working with the T&K up in Newport Richie.
I need to get a hold of the T&K guy and tell the T&K guy, hey, listen, I'm Bubba. I'm kind of a spokesperson for Skag. Randy's my best friend. You can call Maria and verify.
That's right.
But we need to start giving some better prices out to these people that are saying that they heard the Skag shout out on my show.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Average Joe, he's got I think 4 crews now. Doing the airport.
I think he's got 4 commercial crews.
Yes,
and he just bought another guy's lawn business.
Exactly.
So I think he's got I don't know if he's taken possession of that or not.
He has,
but he might have 8 crews now.
He took possession. He's got his the sprinkler system business going up there too. Plus, doing that, the airport's pretty much taking his time up on one crew.
He needs a big 72-incher.
He does.
Is what he needs. Like what I got, 3-cylinder diesel.
He does all our airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He does like half of it.
Yeah, he's got half.
Does he do the side on Hillsborough Avenue side?
I think he does.
That's a lot of grass.
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he
so
does.
Be looking for a big 72-inch Skag rolling up and down there, Gino.
Yep.
So as we were talking before break, by the way, over 20,000 people on Rumble. Thank you. Please hit the follow button so you're following us. So maybe we could get that number over 10K, which I think we may not do it today, but I think maybe in the near future. Probably by the end of the month. We got all next week. So as we were talking about the new Earnhardt documentary that comes out on Prime Video that just got released yesterday, Gene said a couple of the people that he's talked to in the racing community cried within the first 30 seconds. They must open up with the wreck. You know what I'm saying? Why else would you cry?
They said first 5 minutes.
So, yeah, first 5 minutes. So we are talking about the 2001 wreck at the Daytona 500 that ended up taking Dale's life. And if you unwind it, it started with him losing his life, started with this crash. And this crash happens to be a crash of one of my good friends, Tony Stewart. And let me tell you something. It's amazing to see if you watch Dale's crash, which looks like just kind of a little baby bump into the wall, and then you look at Tony's crash, and they were to put, they were to say, listen, for $100,000, which person got hurt? You would say, oh my God, wait till you see this crash. This was with 5 laps to go, and this was the kind of the start of the events that killed Dale, because this crash caused a red. And if you know anything about racing, when a red comes out, they literally make the cars stop on the track and turn your motors off. Am I right, Gene?
Yep.
I mean, you're dead. I mean, boom. You are on a caution, a yellow. You keep kind of putting around.
miss the debris and get out of the way.
There's one isolated wreck, and you just kind of drive around it.
They'll clean it up quick.
They'll clean up quick. But on a red means there is catastrophic. There's a lot of cleanup. There might be somebody injured.
Yep.
It's going to be 5 or 10, 15 minutes.
Take a break.
So turn your car off, take your helmet off, loosen up your belts, get a drink of water, do what you got to do. Here's the wreck that caused the red before the Dale. And boy, this thing is bad. I can't see how Tony
made it.
Watch this.
How much are we going to take home today?
Now, see, if you look here, Dale Earnhardt Sr. owns that car. Dale Earnhardt Sr. owns that car. Dale Earnhardt Sr. drives this car and gets 50% of the winnings. And I think that's Sterling Marlin. Is that Sterling Marlin? I think it is. So, I mean, these 4 cars have broke out. And they say Earnhardt was the best at drafting. They said he could see the air. And so he's already on his bucket list. He had won the Daytona 500 a couple years prior, so he wasn't interested in winning. And he makes
he's interested in winning, but the other two, if they can hold up and win it,
he makes more money.
Yes, it
like
benefited him better.
It's like the difference of him taking home $600,000 if he wins, or him taking home $3 million if his car's finished first and second.
Exactly.
So he's all about, I don't care if the 15 or the 8 wins, but I got to keep guys off their ass, to group up and slingshot them.
And he could.
Welcome back to Daytona.
It's the big one, gang.
They were coming back from commercials. And why they came back from commercials, by the way, this is on the backstretch. This is when Daytona was so popular during its heyday. They've now torn all these bleachers down. This is just a wide open area because they can't. Remember back in the day, Gene, all this would be packed and all the front stretch would be packed. This no longer exists.
It's the big one. It's what we've all been fearing. This kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20.
That's Tony. That's Tony's car.
Stewart was the first car sideways. Here's the why.
Here's the 4 got into the back of Ward Burton, I believe.
And then Burton's 22 got into Stewart.
By the way,
and everybody scrambles.
This car going ping pong everywhere. Pinball Willie. That's Tony.
That car is taking a whale of a ride. That 20 car is. It's getting hit. It's upside down. It's hit on its roof. It's on fire.
And Tony Stewart goes for one of the wildest rides in recent memory at Daytona.
Kind of looks like the Richard Petty crash here. Back when Richard crashed off turn 4 down here, standing on the
Look, he's got Bobby Labonte's hood. It was hooked to the back.
Traction control is a sneaky problem.
So that was the wreck. So they throw the red because it's going to take a while. They actually put Tony in the hospital. Tony gets out of the car on his own free will, but they take him to the Halifax hospital, which is right across the street from down the street and maybe across the street and down the street, maybe a half a mile to get checked out. They're checking out Tony. He didn't die from this wreck, and they're checking out Tony. And so here's what Tony said. Tony was interviewed by Dan Patrick talking about this wreck, and he reveals this for the first time, I think, during this show. Nobody knew this. Nobody knew that Tony saw Dale. And I'm supposed to have Tony on in the next week or two.
Nice.
I don't think I bring this up. I don't think this is something he
wants.
Why?
Ask him if he told Little E when he was walking out, because I know they met up as they were walking out the door.
Well, Little E was walking in.
Yeah.
And I think Tony was walking out.
And do you think he said something like...
I don't think you did.
Daytona, you end up crashing. The sport lost Dale Earnhardt Sr.
So anyway, let me just tell you, they end up crashing. So Dale Sr. at that point of Tony's crash, and they have a red, and it's going to be 10 or 15 minutes. Dale Sr. completely loosens all of his belts, takes his helmet off, gets a drink of water, hangs out, and then when they go back to racing, which there's only 3 laps left, he doesn't put his shoulder harnesses on. They have 5. They have at that point. I think they have 6 and 7 now, but at that time they had 5-point harnesses: a lap belt, which is 1 and 2, 2 shoulder belts, which is 3 and 4, and then a crotch belt that comes up from. So they had you locked in 5 different ways: 2 over the shoulder, 2 from your lap, and 1 from your crotch. Am I right, Gene?
Yep, perfect.
And you put all those together. They all have cinch up.
You're not leaving your seat,
and you're not moving more than a couple inches from your seat. Now, he didn't have. After this race, they implemented the Hans device, and I don't think anybody's died. I don't know that anybody's died yet in racing that had a Hans device. Because
I don't think so either.
I don't think, yeah. So that's what happens. They go back racing, and Dale only puts the lap belts on because he's like, I got 3 laps left. I'm just going to block for my 2 guys. That's all I'm going to do. And he doesn't put the 2 shoulder harnesses or the crotch belt on. He's just got literally a lap belt like you'd have in your old 72, Malibu. And Tony talks about that wreck, but he also reveals the fact that they wheeled dead Dale, into his hospital room. And I'd never heard this until this interview.
Senior in that race, looking back on that, what do you remember about your crash?
All I remember, we were 3 wide coming off of turn 2. I was the car on the very bottom. I think Robbie Gordon was next to me and Ward Burton was outside of him or vice versa. But whoever the outside guy was hit the wall. They came off, hit the guy next to him. That guy hit me, and it turned me to the right in the wall. And the first thing I remembered after hitting the wall was the car being stopped and kind of coming to and not really knowing what's going on. And Bobby Labonte is staring at me through the window going, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." He goes, "If we got to cut the top off, we can cut the top off." And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt the car. Because I don't think you need to worry about that.
Really?
I had no idea what had just happened and what the status was. But I said, "What happened?"
By the way, he has that wrecked car
in his shop.
In his shop at Columbus. Yeah. He has
And he goes, "You landed on top of me." Well, I was running 3rd. He was running 23rd. And I landed on top of him. So had
that wreck not happened to Gene, Tony might have won it.
Yeah, and Earnhardt would have still been here.
I had no idea. I said,
it was pretty
He goes, "I'll tell you
horrific.
about it later."
So leave it up to Robbie Gordon.
You go to the hospital.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon and Ward Burton.
Yeah.
When you're in the hospital.
Here, this is crazy.
When do you find out that Dale Earnhardt Sr. is in an accident?
When they accidentally rolled me in the same room he was in.
That is terrible, Tony. I feel so bad for him.
Now,
for that.
hold on, though. But had you being obviously, today's the day that we would talk about this because you're a racer like me. I race for you and race for your team. Won a championship with your team. I never knew that. I never knew that.
So, I had already been there. They had done all the scans on me. They went to put me back in a room, and they had already put Dale in the same room. They accidentally put me in there, and I was only in there a second, but I knew when I saw Dale it wasn't good.
So when they put Dale in a room to probably start figuring out what they were going to do, and when they were done with Tony's testing, they rolled Tony into that same room for a minute. And
probably had a big old chunk of gauze on his face, all blooded up.
He probably had no face left. They say that he had no face left.
How's that affect you?
I thought I had a bad day. I realized that my bad day wasn't a bad day at all.
And if you see the crashes, yours is horrific. Senior, just when he crashes at the angle that he crashes in.
That was, in that accident, after Dale's accident, sparked a whole new revolution in driver safety in our sport. But at that time, when we didn't have soft walls, we didn't have head and neck restraints. And like I said, my crash looked a lot worse than his. He went and he hit with such force and it just stopped. Mine just kept going and going and going, and it dissipated the energy. I had one cut and a bunch of bruises, and his was a lot more dramatic.
But nobody knew.
Yeah. Well, see, where Simpson got in trouble, or
Bill Simpson, by the way, the inventor of the Simpson Senior.
He didn't get in trouble. Senior
had Simpson race belts on. So,
and when they got him out of the car, they cut the left side belt. They didn't unhook the latch in the center because it's full of blood coming off his face. They cut the left side belt, and then they lapped it over him, and the other belts wasn't even on him, and then they pulled him out. Well, everybody wanted to say, well, the top belts broke. No, the top belts didn't break. They wasn't even hooked up. And then when they figured out, when they looked at the belts again and seen that the latch in the center of the crotch and the two left and right lap belts were still hooked together with the latch, and it wasn't unlatched because they cut the belt off of him.
Did you know that car is at Earnhardt's, property?
Why?
And nobody other than the investigate, because there was a bunch of news stations and the Orlando Sentinel and everybody that wanted to, for press and journalistic reasons, see the car, and it went to court. And the judge said, outside of the NASCAR and safety inspectors that are going to go do testing on it and diagnosed what happened, it's not going to be available for journalists to see. So they made the car available for the NASCAR inspectors, the seatbelt inspectors, Simpson, and what have you. And then they hauled the car up north, and the press or the public, under court seal, never had the opportunity, because the judge was like, you're just trying to, you're just trying to glorify, and you're just looking for a big bloody moment. I'll allow the people that need to see it, but I'm not going to let the public take newspaper pictures or anything like that, which I respect.
I sent you what the steering wheel looked like. Oof.
So this. Oh, you did. I probably want to see that before I get into the trailer of the documentary. This is the. Yeah, this was the steering wheel, and he ate that. That's what killed him. Is he? His chin and where your mustache would be hit the steering wheel.
Oh, look at how it's bent back. See the centerpiece bent? I mean, it went in. I mean, he hit it with all force because he had no seatbelts on to hold him back.
Right.
And he just thought he was infamous, and he was, nothing was ever going to happen to him. So he just.
Here we go. Here's a trailer. I wish I could find that picture I had
right
with
there,
him.
Make you start crying.
I wish I had a picture. Somebody took a picture with him when I threw the flag, one of the Bush shootouts, and I cannot for the life of me find it. It was it was the year before.
He told you not to drop it either.
I know it.
How do I turn it on?
Just like that, he said it to you too, Bubba. Don't drop that flag, Bubba.
How do I turn it on? It's on. Now? Yeah, it's rolling.
He's talking about the camera.
Oh. Hey, buddy, my old pal, my old hard-headed girl. How you doing, pal? Ready? Good.
It's such a redneck.
I mean, he reminds
Straight
me
out of Hills.
He reminds me a lot of you.
I know.
He really does.
Do you think your reputation on the track has made you misunderstood off the track as far as who Dale Earnhardt really is?
This is the new trailer for the Earnhardt doc that's on Prime.
How long did you race before you reckon you were really good? You had to know that you could beat guys.
I mean, NASCAR-wise, he was the best ever.
Yeah.
NASCAR-wise.
But see, his error was a different era than now.
Well, the era now is listen, the era now is you write a check.
But see, they invented their own stuff.
You can fabricate stuff.
He would take a rubber hammer and bang on the body on the side to see if it helped him pass.
You like your the anti-hero image you have, the man in black, intimidator, dominator?
There were people, Dale, who said that sometimes success can be a bad thing.
You sacrifice your family, you sacrifice everything, and you put your whole life into what you're doing.
That's what a race car driver does.
If your dad was here, what do you think he'd say?
You talked about how long it takes to feel the physical pain. How long does it take you to get over the mental pain?
What is the story behind the man in black?
I mean, what drives Dale Earnhardt?
By the way, and Gene was with me, I've had the opportunity to stand in that flag stand and wave the yellow flag to start one of the race. And Gene, also don't forget, I also was a pace car driver for the Pepsi 400 one year. Remember?
Right.
Remember?
Yeah.
Tony was on the outside of the front row, and you got when you're driving the pace car, you got to you have to lock it at 55 miles an hour. You can't because you drive them. One of the parade laps is you drive them down pit road, and that's the speed limit. So before they had all this fancy technology, they would then at that point put a marker as to where the RPMs were in second gear. But you had to give them a bearing. So one of my 4 pace laps was I took the whole entire field down pit road, for them to mark 55. Well, once we got back up on the apron and on the thing, I keep feeling.
He was touching you?
No, he was smashing me. Tony was trying to spin me out, and I got a headset from NASCAR. And NASCAR's like, 20, quit messing with the pace car. 20, quit messing with the pace car. I had him and Jeff Gordon behind me. We're watching the trailer, the new Earnhardt trailer that goes up on Prime, last night.
Down goes Earnhardt up in the air. Boy, that was a heck of a wreck, too. And he saved it. Well, that's going to make some money.
That almost makes you want to cry, too.
Already.
And finally, before I go into words, there are instances where, listen, it's all about genetics. It's all about genetics. And, with this trans stuff that we're going through nowadays where these very liberal states, Maine, California, various others, allow boys, biological boys, human beings with testicles and a penis compete against girls.
Shut up, Panda, $20.
Thank you so much.
That's one right there?
No, this is not. This is a real girl because her father is Brock Lesnar.
Oh, wow.
So it just goes...
Kind of looks like the Ramsey girl or the Ronzi girl.
Ronda Rousey?
Ronda Rousey.
This girl would kill Ronda Rousey.
Really?
I think, is this her second or third shot put state championship? She's only in high school.
No, she's in college. She's at Colorado State.
She's at Colorado State?
Yeah.
I think it's her third straight.
Is her third straight? Now, is this collegiately?
Yeah.
So collegiately, this might be her third straight championship?
Yeah, she's
round.
Yeah.
So anyway,
what does she do?
She shot putter.
What is that?
You don't know what shot put is?
Throw the ball?
Yeah, throw the 12-pound lead ball.
Yeah, kind of funny looking if you push it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Who invented that game?
Is some Roman back in the day.
Oh.
Said, hey, man, let's take a rock and see how far we can throw it.
They wasn't all that smart. I wonder why we let them lead us.
So this is Brock Lesnar's daughter.
The first line will have 13 jumpers.
And I got to tell you, I tried shot put, and I wasn't real good at it because it really, not only does it involve size, but it involves an unbelievable amount of speed. And I just couldn't. I couldn't.
You got to run with that?
I couldn't twirl. No, you'll see it. I couldn't twirl myself this fast. She's got an I can see why she's a 3-time NCAA champion because
dude, she's little Brock Lesnar.
I know, but she also you're correct.
She don't look like a girl from this angle.
But she's got unbelievable speed and technique. Just watch. A shot put just isn't going across the ring and probably 70% of it is technique. And watch this. I mean, you gotta coil yourself like almost like a snake.
Well, you don't want to pass out.
Then you uncoil with and using your size, strength, and thickness. But it all starts with being able to get that speed and footwork, and not fall over the retention board. You gotta, if you step over this white board, you're out of bounds. So you gotta go right against it and stay in bounds. Watch her technique, like it's unbelievable.
From Colorado State, 61.
I mean, did you see that technique?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at
that. From Colorado State.
She knew it went far.
Now, Seth, does the WWE try to sign her? Or would she just run through the women's division?
It's weird because she has a twin brother.
Oh, she does?
Oh, that'd be great having both of them back.
He doesn't look like her, and he's a 3-time wrestling champion, but you don't really hear about him.
Now, by the way, this is biologically a woman. This is a girl.
So why are you saying that?
So I'm just saying, it's with the day and age of trans and whatever, be like, oh, it's like a.
So we would think she was a trans, looking at her because she's not really that pretty.
Maybe some people would, but it just goes to show you it's genetics. It's where you come from. It's what your mom and dad were. It's how hard you train.
Brock Lesnar hears you talking about his daughter. He might come here and pop you in the head.
I'm not saying anything bad about her. I'm saying she has unbelievable technique. She's very much a 3-time.
She can go to the Olympics, right?
I think that's probably where she goes next.
Right.
Did you send me a picture of her brother?
I'm trying to find because there's a couple fake ones, so I'm trying to find him.
So anyway, congratulations to Brock Lesnar's daughter. Seth, does she go to WWE? I mean, I don't know. Would WWE be even up for that, or is she too much of a monster? Because WWE, the girls they're fit and they're, pretty, but they're not, this would be equivalent
they're not
to
athletes like her.
Well, no, this would be equivalent to when WWE had China. Remember?
Yeah.
They went through that era.
Yeah.
And then they actually had China beating guys, did they not?
Yes, they did. Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, they had China beating guys. So bring Lesnar in. And maybe let her dad manage her. Now, is he done with WWE?
Yeah, he hasn't been back since since
those sexual allegation deals.
Stuff came out where Vince was giving him women to urinate on.
Oh, is that
allegedly?
Oh, really? Like a P. Diddy gimmick?
Oh yeah, Vince was about 20 times worse than Diddy.
Will that ever come out?
It's out. It's out.
But why aren't we having huge Vince McMahon trials with?
Because he's not black.
Well, because it was so civil. No, Vince's stuff came out a couple years ago.
But
they were all
but the government's not. I guess the government isn't pursuing any charges because
he wasn't trafficking any women.
He settled. I think he settled with the girl that he had employed.
Yeah.
Oh, clarify the trafficking women. I mean, what do you mean trafficking women? He didn't steal them from Michigan and bring them to New York. But he might have paid them to come. How is that considered?
That's the whole thing within this Diddy trial is that you really in today's world now. If you and I were single and we're at my big mansion like I used to have, and we knew a couple of dollhouse girls, we told them, hey, come over and take care of us for $300. That might be prostitution. But they're like, okay, we'll be there. They drive themselves there. That now, conveniently, within the law enforcement world and the state attorney world, that's now considered, they would arrest us for trafficking.
Well, how did that come about?
That's just kind of the new era.
Obama make that rule?
No, Obama didn't make that rule. It's just, I think life has made that rule. Society has deemed it.
Well, it's not trafficking.
Like, man, we just hired 2 hookers.
Right.
No, you're human trafficking these 2 girls. I mean, am I not right? Which is in a lot of instances, which is just straight hooking. Girls that are hooking, they're putting the human trafficking gimmick on those guys.
Wow.
And so P. Diddy, P. Diddy, and then if P. Diddy's in New York and a couple of the hookers that come from Jersey, now you're going across state lines and it makes it federal. Like, it's crazy.
Damn.
So when we get back, Trump, I guess we got to get into that. We probably got to start peeling back this Diddy stuff and talk about Trump's Golden Dome. Trump says, listen, Israel has this, weapons dome that's very effective that we've helped them develop. Well, why don't we have one? And that's a pretty good question in the fact that, we're as important as Israel. We've helped them with their dome. Why don't we have a dome?
We're not always in war like Israel is.
The Israel.
Right.
But, Gene, we need to have a dome in case we get into a war.
I think out there in Wisconsin and Iowa and stuff, where we got the underground stuff, right?
Yeah, but the
mountain moves over and the missiles come out.
What if the missile is coming to Lutz, Florida, to hit your place? You're going to rely on a silo that's in Iowa.
There's no asset for killing Lutz.
Oh,
they'd go for McDill.
They might go for McDill, but we're just going to get a little bit of.
You're going to get if they
get the nuclear radiation.
If they go full nuke, Gene. On command. What is that? Command Central. What do they call it?
Central Command.
Central Command.
SOCOM.
Yeah, McDill Air Force Base, which is in Tampa. If they went full,
take us out.
If they went full nuke, Gene, you're done.
He'd have a few minutes. I read about it before. It was back when North Korea was threatening us a lot. They wrote a local article about what would happen if McDill got nuked, and it showed how fast
the fallout zone.
It would show how fast it was spread. Yeah, I think Gene would have 5 minutes.
Gene, I'm surprised you don't have a bunker.
Don't give him any ideas. Don't give him any ideas.
I might have one.
He'll be at Sunbelt Rental this weekend getting a minute.
It's against the law to have them in Florida. You can't just make one.
What do you mean?
Yes, it is. You have to tell the feds if you got something like that.
Hold on. You're trying to tell me
you cannot make an underground bunker off your existing residential home without the feds knowing.
Why? Did you think about it?
Yeah.
It says right here. It is legal to build a bunker on your property in Florida as long as you obtain a permit.
Okay. Well, then you got to talk to the feds to get the permit. It ain't like you go into Pasco County. Them idiots don't know nothing.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
The United States Postal Service bent Ryan over.
58 feet over sea level, so I think I wouldn't get watered out from underneath.
Motherfucking bastards.
If I ever took my deck out and and built me a bigger pool, I would put something under the ground.
Under the pool? Why under the pool though?
Why is that under the pool? Because then you can't be planes flying over, can't find you.
Let me give me I need the Sunbelt.
Yeah.
I mean, not the.
You want to hide out.
The Skag.
If you want to use it for other than nuclear waste.
And I'm going to come back with a Skag gimmick with Creatine Travis.
Okay. 2 Skags?
So there'll be 2.
Okay. Just put a big tarp over.
Huh?
Just put a big tarp in the air.
Oh, what, made out of lead or something?
No, like when you're building it, so no one can see it.
Yeah, but they got the cameras that look under the ground.
Oh, Kevin Page has an interesting question I got to ask.
Tell what's underneath there and how deep your house is and all that.
What? I don't know. Listen. Call Sunbelt.
Get me one of them little hooks.
Yeah. Just dig it.
What's up, everybody?
Did we have an airplane crash over the last week?
Cottonwoods. Some autoglass. Hippie short stroke. Cottonwoods again. So. What's that, Gene?
Did we have an airplane crash and lose a lot of people lately?
I don't know.
Last week?
What's up, Jay Bowler?
Hi, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for staying with us. Week 2 of testimony in the trial against hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs wrapping up today with witnesses, including the general manager of a luxury Beverly Hills hotel on the stand.
Dun, dun, dun.
Honey, are you nervous to testify today?
Kid Cudi's the man. So, Jake Tapper, eh?
Jake Tapper, eh?
I wonder if it's getting awkward around those, around work.
Hey, everybody.
You talking about the plane crash in San Diego?
That's
San Diego.
San Diego.
Yesterday, I think?
Yesterday.
I think so. What's up, Dirt Merchant?
A lot of people die or what?
2 or 3. It was a private plane.
2 or 3? Oh, private plane.
Crashed into a house.
Boom. Yeah, that's what someone said it was crashing.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Kevin Page, 25 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. You can always go to BubbaArmyTips.com as well. Thank you. Kevin Page wants to know if Gene Lasker's ever going to have his T-shirts available on Bubba Army Shop, Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Store. Be a good way. I mean, Gene, if you had some inventory of shirts, and probably the only way you have the chance to sell them is at the track. We could put them up on our site and sell them for you.
Right, but why don't we just make a Lasker show shirt and sell them so you guys make money?
Oh, we need to come up with a Lasker shirt. Yeah, right. I agree.
We 76, $20.
So we're in the process of doing that.
Yeah, Friday Laskers.
Friday Laskers. No, I kind of like what the baby had on, like just the.
Oh yeah, that dude that's who I want on the shirt too.
The baby?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you put the baby. That's kind of creepy.
Yeah, that is creepy.
Yeah, let's just put the Lasker logo that looks like NASCAR on there.
Put him on the sleeve peeing.
No, Gene, let's
everybody pees nowadays.
You mean like the Calvin peeing gimmick?
Yeah.
No, how about we just keep
Diddy peeing? Now I heard that the dude with the wrestling guy was a peer.
Oh, Bubba, you never showed Seth his.
Oh, I never did. Yes, you're right. I got to show Seth.
And Gary made another one of you, too.
Oh, that's perfect.
There's Seth Kushner's baby. Right there, when we get into Seth Kushner talk, or when Seth Kushner does a promo, or we need to use that's the Seth Kushner.
Got the perfect
baby.
hairdo, man. I mean,
it's perfect
come on.
everything. Perfect 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Perfect glasses. Perfect Chicago Bear jersey.
Attitude.
Yeah, attitude. Looks like he's kind of a little bit miserable. Doesn't want to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. And
Keith Yeager, $100.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait to see the Lummy one.
Lummy, is it in your Insta thing where you sent a new one for me?
Yes.
Is this the new one?
Should be,
This one's Bubba.
Oh, that's my last IM that I got from you. Let me see. Right? Like, can you see?
Yeah.
Can you see?
Tony Stewart, and then that. Okay, then I get now the bubbles are appearing.
Bubbles.
And so this would be my new one.
Yes.
Got your chin.
I mean, you got to put. I think you got to put a little bit of a goatee on the guy, don't you? A little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why he didn't. Yeah, he did me.
Yeah, but he's got the eyebrows going right.
Creatine Travis just texted me and said, "Don't forget, man. I went to Mike's Lawnmower of Ocala, which I think Mike's Lawnmower Service of Ocala is the #1 skag dealer in the state.
Wow.
I think Mike's Lawnmower in Ocala, and Creatine bought a 61-inch Cheetah." And he mows 8 acres a week with it.
Jeez.
So he's like, "Don't forget about. I got my skag on, buddy. I didn't have to take a Toro and paint it orange and put skag on it like Gene did. I got me.
I didn't have to do that. I just did
that
that for the show. I don't want people driving by seeing me on a Toro when we're sponsored by Skag.
Well, not only that, but like Toros are kind of jobber compared to skag. I mean, you probably didn't know the quality of skag until you knew that.
Listen, I'm not Mexican. I don't know mowers.
Okay.
I know motors.
I know.
Not mowers.
3-cylinder diesel will smoke whatever you got on the back of your Toro. I'm just telling you. Hello, who's this?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air.
Hey. I wanted to talk about Sport Allen.
All right. Yeah, great race car driver.
Yeah, back in the day, I went to school with him and stuff, and he was developing, me and him were developing a helmet. He was sponsored by Simpson, and he was developing at his shop there off of 66th Street a helmet that would absorb the shock of a driver. But Simpson just said, this only takes off a couple G's. Now, this was him himself, and he used to mess around with a lot of that stuff on his sprint car. We built the wings there and stuff.
Well, I mean, listen. I mean, he didn't build the wings. Well, back in the day when we
bought
would
him his kits
we
and
would
put them together.
We would when from Fast Wings, where they would send us, the belly pan and then the sides, and you would assemble them yourself. Although Sport Allen is a hell of a Sport Allen is
he's very smart.
He's very smart, and he's very entrepreneur. Like he always is. Like he did invent something.
He don't have many friends, so he's got plenty of time on his hands to invent something.
He's kind of a guy that keeps to, as you know, Sport. He's a guy that keeps to him. He's a guy that keeps to himself.
Right.
But he's correct. He's brilliant. He at one time was one of the best sprint car drivers in Florida.
Till I got good.
Well,
he came up like your son too.
No,
he came up with what?
He came up. He came up
like Bubba's son, because he was one of the youngest drivers.
Yeah, at one time he was good as a young driver, but
stuff, filming him all day.
We know the Sport Allen story, and he came up young as like a 13, 14-year-old. They let him drive at East Bay. He did really well. He continued on. He's had one hell of a career. I think he raced. I think this past weekend, my son won Volusia.
Sport won. He didn't win Volusia, but Sport won on the pavement a couple weeks back.
Yeah, Sport can run pavement or dirt.
Yeah.
Sport's a hell of a shoe.
Yeah.
I mean, if you talk about the top 5 all-time Florida dirt sprint car drivers, Sport Allen, Kenny Adams, Gene Lasker, Sammy Rodriguez, and either Taylor Andrews or. I mean, I'm probably Gene. That's probably the people, right?
Yeah, probably Joe Melnick before Taylor Andrews.
Yeah, probably Joe Melnick. So I mean, that's.
Well, you know how you say it's the pay-to-play program now in NASCAR.
It is.
Sport was going to NASCAR school during summer break,
That was before it was pay to play. It's Martin Truex and Joey Logano started the pay for play deal, and literally everybody now that drives NASCAR has got to pay their way in. Period.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this story.
Hold on, it starts with ARCA, and it's like 4 or 5 million to get in ARCA for a season. Then it goes to trucks, and that's like they're saying it's 15 to 17 million to get a cup seat. You have in order to go through the ranks. 2 or 3 million for ARCA, 4 million for trucks. 5 million for Xfinity, and then 6 million for a NASCAR ride. In fact, I think we played audio of Kyle Busch just a few weeks ago.
Yes, he did.
Talking about, hey, what's it going to take for, I forget who it was, to get back into a seat. Some guy that was doing good in NASCAR and then kind of has fallen back.
Was it Joe Nemechek's kid?
Yeah, it was Joe Nemechek. It was Joe. Anyway, sir, thank you for your knowledge of local racing and sprint cars in particular. But see if you can find that clip for me again.
Rick the Trio, Bay Paver Ceiling, $25.
Listen, racing now has nothing to do with how good you are. It has everything to do with the sponsorships that you bring with you, and they'll give you a car and make you decent, but you just don't got anybody out there that's getting discovered at their local dirt track at 13 and 14 and a team putting them under their wing and developing them on down the line. I thought the girls were kind of getting a little bit of a pass because NASCAR needs a hot competitive chick. I really did. And there's this chick from Canada. She's the one that wrecked Cletus McFarlane for the ARCA race in Daytona. I forget what her name is, but she's absolutely a smoke show. I mean, she is unbelievable.
Can she drive?
And, she's decent. And I look like they were kind of bringing her up through the ranks to maybe be that girl in NASCAR that they so desperately need, that Danica Patrick couldn't do. The Hallie Deegan, they tried to bring her along the lines, and she didn't have the talent. She's now over at Indy Lights and Open Wheel, but she didn't have she couldn't break through on the NASCAR deal. And so I was watching this chick's feed yesterday. She's from Canada, and she is on ARCA now, but she was talking about how, she has to go out and raise money in order to keep her ride. And you would think that NASCAR would be like, what we need? We need two things. This would make me want to watch. I don't watch. Do you watch NASCAR anymore?
Nope.
I don't watch it. But if they had Rico Abreu, who is a dwarf / little guy, and you had a super smoking hot chick, like this chick that I think she drove number 70. Look for hot race car driver, Lummy, from Canada. And they should, Gene.
I've been watching.
Rubber.
Rico was running.
They should rubber. And so Rico was kind of on the line. When they were doing the developmental drivers, they were kind of pushing him along, and then they found out that Rico's dad owned a winery, a vineyard, if you will, in California, and Rico's father is very, 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 very wealthy, and they went from fast tracking Rico to NASCAR to making him pay rent a ride. Right. I'm telling you right now, Rico Abreu
would bring the fans,
who stands about 3 foot. I don't know what he stands.
3 foot.
But he can Gene will tell you right now, he's got the talent and the skill set to be to be in NASCAR this weekend.
No problem.
I don't care where they're driving. You could put Rico in there right now, and he would
stay up with the pack.
And he would be competitive. And you know how much America and potential race fans would rally. Like there's this dwarf. There's this little guy who's like 3'6", And by the way, I watch Rico. He trains every day. He's jacked up. He's got these big ass muscles and everything. And when he wins, he Supermans into his crew. He's a teeny tiny little guy.
Yeah, man.
And I would watch it. Everybody would watch it. That in conjunction with this super hot chick. I would be fast tracking. I'd be like, listen, we don't want you. No, you guys don't got to rent a ride. Us at Michael Jordan's team or Gibbs or Hendricks or whatever, however many other, I don't even know who's left, Penske. I would be fast tracking Rico. If I'm NASCAR, I'm hurting for viewers right now. You've lost the average guy over 45 that used to watch you every weekend.
Is it Amber? The
yes,
chick?
yes. Her name's Amber. Well, so Lasker, wait till you see this. So imagine if NASCAR had Rico, which Rico, right?
Yep.
They had Rico, and you had this chick.
Yeah, it looks like Sarah.
It does look like Sarah. Let me see if you can see. I mean,
holy moly!
Yeah,
look at that.
And she can drive. Let me see if there's any video of her. I know you went to the images.
Yeah,
and so she isn't getting a pass. They're not giving her a pass. They're making her pay $3, $4, $5, $6 million for her ride. If I'm NASCAR, I step in and say, we're fast tracking. I think her name is Amber Balkan. She's from Montreal. She's French Canadian. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but isn't that what they kind of do with Danica, whatever?
But she couldn't drive. This chick can drive. I mean,
I just think that the girls get there and it's
I sent you the YouTube. I think it's her wrecking Cletus, and then
Gene, I don't know that.
The good old boy syndrome.
I don't think I don't know that this. I don't know if this girl's that good. I don't know. I don't know if she's that good or not. Is this her talking about her wreck?
Yeah, and I think it shows the wreck.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we went back green, we put new tires on and we got a tire rub. I saw smoke when going into 3 and 4, and then going into turn 1. I got on the radio and said, guys, we got a tire going down. And unfortunately, before I could get to pit road, the tire went down and we were in the wall. So I got on the radio. I told the guys we're smoking because we're.
So anyway,
there's a crash.
Smoking.
Oh, is this her crash right here?
The newbies here at Daytona.
Yeah, and you always wonder after a big crash like that how much everybody realizes we got to chill. We got to make it to the end of this thing, or we just going to ride now for a little while.
Boy, that is bumper to bumper.
That's why me and Genius used to ride on I-4.
Yeah,
no, same thing.
Sideways.
So that was her that caused it. She got sideways, and she took out Cletus McFarland.
Remember she?
Oh, no.
Right there. Her tire blew.
Oh.
Same thing.
Sideways. Coming off 4, same spot.
I think she finished 3rd in Talladega.
Oh.
I think she finished 3rd in Talladega. But, Gene, let's say you bring her along that she's competitive, okay? And you got Rico.
Now you got some fans coming.
I'm watching the race.
Me too.
I'm watching the race to see if this hot chick is competitive.
The question is though, does it entice a Seth Kushner?
Rico would.
You know what? Yeah, Seth Kushner would be like, man, there's this guy who's
when he sees his attitude and his want to be.
Send me video of
more like everybody.
Send me video of Rico.
But he's not.
Send me a video of Rico. And I think Seth Kushner may actually tune in NASCAR if he knows the guy that's in the car is he doesn't like, I forget, Rico just calls it he's a little person. He doesn't like the word, I guess it's defamatory. Midget and dwarf is kind of defamatory.
He drives midgets.
Well, he drives midget cars, yes. But I guess it's defamatory, and he doesn't like that. So
wait, we're using a little person and a hot chick to pull people back into NASCAR?
Yeah, well, listen, you know what? What they're doing now ain't working.
All the rednecks they can find are already there.
When Michael Jordan can't reinvigorate your sport,
he ain't pulled any black people in.
I mean, he hasn't.
No.
So when Michael
I sent you a race and then him interviewing.
Okay, perfect. When Michael Jordan Is this right here?
Yeah.
When Michael Jordan, who's the greatest of all time, who's pop culturally as popular of all time, when Michael Jordan can't bring new eyeballs to your sport, then maybe you do have to go to a dwarf and a hot chick.
Paper Towel Willie, $20.
What time is it?
All right, here we go.
That's what
Here we go.
Backflip and then he talks to him.
All right, hold on here.
Go, April! Mike Recchi in second.
So now, Seth, these are arguably the hardest cars to drive of any. Sprint race cars are the most volatile, hardest things to drive, and if you can win in those, NASCAR literally is going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah.
He's literally going to be a walk in the park, and he's a champion on these cars. So I want you to see his victory celebration and tell me that if he's beating Kyle Larson at the line for NASCAR, and you get to watch this post-race interview. This is how big he is. That's it. That's all.
He's a miniature man.
That's all he is. Right there.
But would that what make you want to say, hey, I want to watch that little guy again?
I would want to watch the little guy.
I would. You would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Look, boom. They all hit the ground.
The little guy would be a draw.
Look at
his smile, man. He's always got a cool smile.
The fans, Seth, absolutely go crazy over him.
Oh, I'd be lined up to give him a handy after.
I mean, and by the way, underneath all of his suit and stuff, you might be able to find me.
He's a jacked up midget.
I just saw a video of him.
He works out every day.
I just saw a video of him going to this fitness place in Indy. See if you can find it of him. He works out every day. So watch this. Hold on. The fans love this guy. He would. So what does NASCAR do? You stingy, money-grubbing owners, rather than to say, let's go ahead and fast-track this guy to NASCAR and not gouge him and make him pay $2 million for his seat. Let's put this guy in a car because you know what? He's going to put eyeballs on the sport.
Yes, he is.
If Michael Jordan's presence in NASCAR can't do it, we've got to get a hot chick and a small guy. Now we've not seen the hot chick win yet.
No.
Okay, so we don't know her skill set, but we know this guy's skill set. And Gene, I'm telling you right now,
he can win.
You could put him in a NASCAR this weekend at Chicagoland or whatever the hell they're running, and he would be competitive.
Yes, he would.
We can almost sum this up in one word. Wow. I got nothing. You do the talking.
Wow, holy cow. Thank you all you fans. It's pretty awesome to see this place packed for the first time here. That's pretty badass. I hope it was a good show. I was having a lot of fun driving out there. Just got to thank these guys on the Aggregators 24, Paul Silva, Trevor. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see.
I'm sold. If he's in NASCAR, I'm watching.
Did you find the workout video yet?
No, not yet. I'm looking for it.
So I'm just telling you, man, NASCAR found out this Rico's dad's very affluent, and they got Rico in trucks. This is like 10 years.
Is his dad small man too?
No. His dad's full size.
So mom's a small lady?
Nope. He just got some kind of genetic thing that made him be a small guy.
Oh, hell no.
And but he's made the best of it.
I wonder how little tiny he was when he was born.
I don't know.
1 pound?
I sent you it's a day in the life video where he works out.
Yeah, I mean, like Seth, he's
Yo, what's up, guys?
See, back in the day, he had that long hair.
Cool.
Yeah. So he sold his hats with hair hanging up. I bought one.
He drives.
I'm in my car in St. Helena. Trainer Ruben.
He doesn't really show his track.
And get him to the.
No, there was a different video. I saw him pushing weights.
Is this a trail?
Yeah, that was one of his latest ones that you've seen.
Yeah, the one that I just saw was literally one in Indianapolis. But I mean,
I say he's on Dynamo.
If I'm
I found it.
Oh yeah, okay. If I'm
holy crap.
If I'm NASCAR,
that's what I'm saying.
If I'm NASCAR, I'm like, let's stop gouging. Yeah, here it is. Let's stop gouging.
He's got a full-size wife.
Let me tell you something. He just got a full-size wife. And you know what? I don't see any other NASCAR guys doing this.
They don't got to. They got money.
Well, didn't you say Tony Stewart would get on the treadmill for about 5 minutes, if that?
What's that?
Didn't you say Tony Stewart never hit the gym and he had one?
No, hell no.
I'm Rico Abreu. I'm a sprint car driver. Sprint car racing can be very demanding, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Today, I'm going to show you how I stay on top of all of that.
I mean, he's
following the guy, man, right through NASCAR.
The guy is as tall. Look, he's
less than the door handle.
Less than the door handle. Look, hold on.
That.
The dude's got a hell of a day.
Boom, his head's at the door.
Dude, again.
Oh my God.
This is a pit fit. This is where I choose to train. I love Jim Leo, just in his attention to push my
North Carolina. That we use. We have series.
Let's just fast forward. This is a day in the life of him working out.
So this is a synaptic sensory station. We have
Jeez, let's see.
Let's see who's working out.
I'm catching every race on NASCAR with this guy.
So am I.
Yep.
And I'm like, go Rico, go beat the full size guys. Show him how a little guy can do it.
Rico needs a calendar.
And isn't it a fact that little people don't live as long as big people?
No, big people don't live as long as normal sized people.
Look it up, Lummy.
Oh yeah, little people don't live.
I'm gonna die before you.
What's that?
I'm gonna die before you, Gene.
This is a piece of equipment that we invested in years ago. It's 60.
It's made for small people.
I'm telling you, NASCAR.
He's as healthy as can be.
NASCAR, you are such greedy bastards.
Right.
You started the guy started in trucks, and then you found out the guy's dad had money, and you told him that they actually. I know Rico. I could call him up right now. I got his phone number.
You know that little guy.
Yeah.
I know him well.
Yeah.
I know him well. In fact, you know what, Lummy? I'm gonna have him on a Zoom call next week.
Perfect. Couldn't like a Michael Jordan pick him up or no?
He should.
Could he?
Get rid of Bubba Wallace and but listen.
That's what I'm saying.
Get rid of Bubba Wallace, the black guy who's done nothing but cause problems, and bring in the little guy, the 3'5" little guy that works out and has got the skill set. You think Bubba Wallace could win in a 410 sprint car against Kyle Larson and Christopher?
No.
Hell no. But you people in NASCAR are so goddamn greedy and so worried about money. Put this guy in a truck. Put this guy in an Xfinity Series. More importantly, you get Rico Abreu to Cup as fast as you can.
Yeah.
It's the only thing with your prefabbed parts and your bodies that are so rigid that they're like tanks. And did you know, Gene, they got these things choked down to 510 horsepower?
Yeah,
with these spec motors. Yeah. Tony used to be able to. They had 800, and they used to be 850. And Tony could go in and make a tight car free based on being able to get the wheels to break loose. And that's what made Tony and some of the guys that came off of dirt be able to be Carl Edwards, some of these guys so good, Jeff Gordon, because they weren't afraid to be free. And so you would run your car a little freer because you're not afraid to be free. And, just look at the championships that Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart won.
Yep.
You choke the cars down to 550. They can't really get those wheels to break loose.
Follow the leader.
Tony told me that anybody that has any type of driving skill set could get in these things because they want to turn. They're naturally tight, so there's very little adjustments left. NASCAR actually sends you the part. Did you know, Gene, that every part on that car has to come from NASCAR?
They got to make a buck on it?
Because they want it all equal.
All equal.
I mean, everything from a motor mount to your springs, to your shocks, they send each team. No team has their own motor program now. NASCAR sends you your spec motor.
Really?
Sealed. Yes.
Well, I'd be breaking into that seal.
Well, I know you would, Gene. That's why. You can't get Rico Abreu in NASCAR fast enough, or maybe that hot chick. But
the thing about the chicks coming to the races is that, we're all going to wreck them because we can. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying
that's why Danica, she got spun out all the time because
she was horrible.
Everybody wanted to wreck her.
She just wasn't good. I'm way behind. Let me way behind. I gotta get into what's that?
The Golden Dome.
We got the Golden Dome and the P. Diddy stuff coming up next. Stand by.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I would watch that little motherfucker win.
Did you print it, Bubba?
No, I need it.
Okay.
Wait, what are you printing? Sorry.
Mint Mobile.
Oh, okay.
I got the package.
Can we do that next?
No, I'm busy.
Hey, Bubba, did you print it?
No, I didn't print it.
Oh, I thought.
Hold on.
Because I was asking Macho too.
Steph will print it.
Okay.
Sorry, Lummy.
Oh, I thought you already printed it. Sorry.
No, I thought it got printed.
Sorry.
Macho and I were just scrambling looking through papers.
Yeah, it says dwarfism is a normal lifespan if you make it through childhood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go. So,
All right,
I got it.
Because childhood, they got a lot of problems when you're little, medical complications. But if you make it through that, you usually have a normal life. But a dwarf, if they get obesity, they can die 10 or 20 years.
Well, you can see that fucking that ain't fucking Rico.
That ain't him.
No, that motherfucker is not.
He's ripped.
Right. And he's staying in shape.
No, yeah, he does it every day.
The fans would go absolutely fucking nuts if he fucking won a race, jumped into his fucking into his team, did a backflip because he does a backflip sometimes too.
Paper towel, Willie. Gene, you gonna go home and watch the Dale Earnhardt?
No, maybe tomorrow. Where do I watch it at?
Prime? You have Prime?
Yeah.
Keith Yeager.
I'm Gene Lasker, and am the best driver there was, there is, and there ever will be. So how about that?
Did you get that printout?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
What's
you.
up, John Costiga?
Johnny K!
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Should we all start saving and hoarding our pennies?
Hell no.
Because the Department of Treasury says that it will phase out the production of pennies. And will
start collecting pennies.
And will soon stop putting out new ones into circulation. So, like...
In about 500 years, they'll be worth 5 cents.
In 500 years,
Yeah.
right.
And so what are we going to round up so we all lose money all the time?
Probably enough in circulation that we don't need to mint more. But if shortages do occur, would prices be forced to end up ends in 5 or zeros? So quarters, nickels, and dimes could be correct. I mean, you're right. Like maybe you couldn't have something that's $3.94 or 92
No
cents.
more $5.99.
No, it's either everything's got to end in a 0 or a 5.
Maybe they'll just get rid of change.
What are they
soon.
going to do about taxes? They're going to make sure that the taxes round the cents out to 5.
I don't know.
Round up.
Because at a certain percentage on a certain number is going to leave a 01 or an 02.
I'm bummed out that the no tips on
the
tax.
world is stupid. That's why I'm bummed out.
Well, the world is stupid. It really is.
The train's off the track.
The train's off the track.
How do we get it back on?
Put me in as the president.
Campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from...
Looks like we're getting the same type of maybe... what does...
No, this one's going to be up in like space. This is going to be all...
But what does Israel call theirs? Is it the Golden Dome?
I thought it was the Golden Dome, but maybe I'm thinking I'm thinking of the Notre Dame's field. Is that the Golden Dome?
I thought that is too.
I know that the Iron Dome.
How do they both go together?
I thought maybe Israel's called the Iron Dome. I don't know.
Iron Dome, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's called the Iron Dome. And it really does work. It really does work. Like there's been a lot of stinky Hamas and Palestinians that try to sneak some stuff through, and that Iron Dome of Israel pretty much takes you right on out. Well, our president Donald Trump says we need a dome too.
Cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack.
I'd feel better having that. They're going to put it up in space. He says it doesn't matter if they launch it from wherever or they even try to get us from space. We're going to get it at the Golden Dome.
And that's what we're doing. Today I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for the state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have
and now that they said that they want to be the 51st state, we're going to get them in on the Golden Dome deal. Maybe we could get them to pay for at least half of it, because there's a lot of territory up there that needs protected.
So as usual, we help Canada.
As usual, you're helping Canada. I'm trying to tell you.
The best we can.
So Israel's is the Golden Dome, too?
Yeah, well, I mean...
They're the Iron Dome.
Yeah.
Oh, the Iron Dome.
Yeah. Israel is the Iron Dome. We're going to have the Golden Dome.
Integrate.
I like gold.
And what kind of dome is the Notre Dame?
That's the Golden Dome as well.
Oh, I thought
with existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Once fully constructed, the goal.
Be interesting to see how they test it. Like, okay, let's go ahead and try to launch a missile from Hawaii and let it see if it can hit, like, maybe Colorado or something.
I mean, they test. We have missile defense, and so they obviously test it. I just don't know, when that happens. We're probably not supposed to know.
Yeah, probably not going to let us know.
Be capable
For fear that it fails.
of intercepting missiles.
We blew off a dome today. We blew off a Scud missile today. And it got in. It just got in. I just don't know what happened. But we're firing the people that made the original dome, and we're now going to the titanium dome from the Golden Dome.
You mean like the ship or whatever that flipped over in North Korea?
Oh, yeah.
They had a big thing.
That entire crew is going to be killed. I promise you.
Even if they are.
Okay, we're going to get to that before we end the show. Kim Jong-un had this like 500-foot super destroyer ship made. It was supposed to be this badass ship, and they went to they
had a whole ceremony, like thousands of people were there.
They went to commission it, and let it float out, and it got hung up on the dock and couldn't go, and Kim Jong-un was flipping out. I guarantee you, Lummy, everybody that either put that ship together or was in charge of backing it out got killed. They got hung last night.
Launched from other sides of the world, and even if they're launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful. And now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland and the success rate.
Not to be confused with Reagan's Contra Arms deal or the fact that he introduced crack into L.A. None of that's going to make a difference.
It's very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill will include $25 billion for the Golden...
Let me, is that what this is called, the One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yes, it passed by one vote yesterday.
It did.
Yes.
The big, what's it called?
It's the Big Beautiful Bill.
The Big Beautiful Bill. What else is included in the Big Beautiful Bill? Can you find that for me? All right.
Dome to help construct...
I mean, I'm sure there was something, there were other things.
Oh, yeah, there was
some pork in there besides just the Golden Dome gimmick.
Yes. Get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed.
That seems like a bargain. $175 million. I mean, some of our fighter jets are like $1 billion, aren't they?
And how'd you like to be the contractor that landed this gig?
Oh.
Afternoon, I'm also...
let me tell you something. I'll powder coat that stuff for you.
So announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program.
Gene, that Bubba Army shirt looks so much better on you than that whatever you had on before. God, it looks so good on you. Look how good it looks on you.
Why wouldn't you say that?
I know. It just pops out. It pops out at me than that stupid baby crap brown stuff that you had.
Program manager for the Golden
I told you
Dome.
I had an ugly shirt on today.
I know, and I fixed it.
Very talented man.
I had to dress myself today.
I'm very honored to have been the one that helped to have really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're number one in space by a lot. It's not even close.
He is such an instigator. Not even close.
I'm surprised he doesn't want to go to space.
Yeah.
Mike is a 4-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I'll bet he's good at offense, too. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job, and everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody.
So, Lummy, what was part of the Big Beautiful Bill?
I sent it to you. I sent you the article.
That passed by one. Is that what you sent it to?
Yeah, it's 1,116 pages.
Oh. I'm sure there was a ton of pork.
Yeah, and it tax the no tax or tips, child credit, higher tax cuts for
individuals and small businesses. Yeah. Central to the GOP package is more than $5 trillion in tax cuts, according to the estimate from the Joint Committee of Taxation, costs that are partly offset by spending cuts elsewhere and other changes in the tax code. Republicans take a look at to make permanent and individual income tax cuts passed with Trump's first term. in 2017, plus an act promises that he made in 24 campaign with no tax on tips, overtime, and or interest on some auto loans. To partly offset the lost revenue, Republicans proposed repealing or phasing out more quickly the clean energy tax credits passed by Joe Biden's presidency to bring the overall cost to the tax portion to about $3.8 trillion. But of course, lawmakers in New York, California, and other high tax states say the boost for the state and local tax deductions called SALT is insufficient as proposed, as it rises $10,000 to $30,000 to joint filers for making less than $400,000. The bill also includes a temporary $2,000 boost to the standard deduction, bringing that to $32,000 for joint filers. And there's a temporary $500 increase in the child tax credit. Parents of older Americans face work requirements for food assistance. So what are they saying? If you're going to get free food, they're going to put you to work?
Yeah, there's different rules now that they're putting in there.
That you just can't go down and get a SNAP card and get $400 of free groceries, that you actually got to qualify for them?
Yeah, and they're trying to also cut out a lot of junk food.
Add new work requirements for Medicaid. No taxes on gun silencers. Oh, okay. No money for Planned Parenthood. MAGA kids get $1,000 savings account. Now, how do you become a MAGA kid?
If you're born from January 1st, 2024 to 2028, they give you $1,000 if you're born.
Okay. What, to encourage people to have kids?
Yep.
Funding for Trump's mass deportation operation. More money for the Pentagon and Trump's new Golden Dome. Tax on university endowments and overhaul of student loans. More drilling and mining on public lands. So that's the big, beautiful bill. And you said it passed by one vote yesterday?
Yes. One vote.
Before we go into words, this OnlyFans star had a little bit of a dilemma. She slept with 583 men in 6 hours, and now she's bleeding. They're saying she's bleeding. I felt great. I felt empowered. I felt happy. The adult creator said, despite being later hospitalized after bleeding a lot following the challenge, also breaking down how she achieved her goal and how her fiance reacted to it.
Oh, fiance.
OnlyFans star Annie Knight hit her goal with sleeping with nearly 600 men, but now she's experiencing quite the pain aftermath. In her interview,
how much time?
I think 6 hours.
6 hours.
Wow.
600 guys in 6 hours. It's 100 an hour. What is that, a minute? If it's 100 an hour, divide what, 100 by 60?
1.3.
She's doing 1.3 men per minute.
Per second. Yeah, per minute.
That's just basically entering and exiting. Right?
Yeah. It was cool with 583.
She said 2,000 men applied to participate, telling Us Weekly her goal was 200 to show up, and she was absolutely stoked when 500 showed up. I decided to book
another hundo in there.
I decided to book out a venue and basically open a registration for anybody who registers gets invited.
I wonder if Diddy had any talent scouts there.
I don't know, or if he ever gets released.
500 guys to choose from.
He didn't even do nothing, so why not get released?
What's that?
He ain't done nothing.
You think he gets Knight, who shared that her fluffer didn't arrive, so each man had 30 seconds to get ready. Each man got 30 seconds to a minute each.
No, with her.
Oh, it kind of varied per group. So you only got 30 seconds?
Yeah, but first you start with a fluffer, and then you
go to her.
Yep.
And you get to enter her for 30 seconds to a minute. I'm assuming it's not.
That's all I got anyway.
No, it is to finish. That's why the fluffer gets you close. So
hold on though. You're saying though she was able to make guys finish within 30 seconds to a minute?
Yes. Because they're supposedly get you that close.
What if you don't finish?
Well,
you get thrown out?
Probably.
I mean, if you're going a minute, you're like
with that much energy, you could fake it, and then you still think you were there.
No, I mean, I'm sure the man. I mean, did they use condoms? I'm assuming they had to.
Unless they got tested before.
I mean, and then the condom had to be full of something in order to be able to say that they, completed.
Man, you're tracking this like an Olympic sport.
She also told the outlet that she reached out to the British OnlyFans star Bonnie Blue, who claimed to have slept with 1,057 men in 12 hours for advice on the how to do this. While speaking at a news conference,
advice. Lay back and take it and shut up.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
People on Rumble to please follow us.
Yeah, please follow us, except for Daco.
They find anything good on him yet? Anything that's gonna stick? That he's such a bad guy?
I think so. Gene, are you a P. Diddy fan?
No. I mean, I didn't even know who he was, what he was, or nothing before this.
Oh, come on, you were getting jiggy with it. What's good?
What is that?
What's Puffy's song?
I mean, his biggest one was probably the "I'll Be Missing You."
I'll be missing you.
Mo money, mo problems.
Sing it. What does it say?
Mo money, mo problems. That's what I got. Mo money, mo problems. That's what I got. Cause I'll be missing you.
Oh my god.
I'll be missing you.
Oh, maybe I heard it.
Whenever I'm alive and you're not here, I'll be missing you.
Yeah, I might have heard that song. Does he do the song, Got My Money on My Mind and My Mind on My Money?
No, that's Maze.
Close.
Is that Maze? Mo Problems?
Mo money, mo problems is Mace, Diddy, and Biggie.
Those big,
Mind on My Money and My Money on My Mind is Snoop Dogg and Dre.
I've heard that one a couple of times.
They have a lady. They're talking about Puffy, or Biggie, the big guy that died.
Yeah.
That's who they're in. I'll be missing you.
Oh, that's
big
who
Sting even pops in.
What do you guys think about the dudes with the hairdo and the tattoos on their face? The Island Boys.
Oh, they've made out with each other. Did you know that, Gene?
They made out with each other?
Yeah, they kissed each other for their OnlyFans.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
For money?
Yeah, they'll
do anything for money. Either one of the idiots.
Yeah, they're not group.
They're not a group?
Well, no, I mean I think they do music. I don't know if they still do it, but
Who's that?
The Island Boys.
The Island Boys.
Well, I don't think they do music.
No.
I think they're. Is this right here?
They sing. They got a music room. Okay,
We got a podcasting table. Doesn't mean we use it.
They sing some songs, some a little bit, but I've never.
Why
heard
is Coben into them?
No.
Gene is.
Gene's into the Island Boys.
Yeah.
Gene, I think they're millionaires.
Well, I know they were asking me about the D Pitty guy, and I don't know him, and I don't know none of his songs or nothing, but I asked him about the Island Boys because I've seen them dudes. Are they rappers like that too?
The Island Boys have a combined net worth of $1 million.
Yeah.
What
They're a bunch of flim flammers.
Oh. I know he's exploiting this kid on the internet.
Who, Diddy?
No, the Island Boys.
Island Boys?
Yeah, his new kid.
Do they have a kid?
Yeah.
One of them does.
Oh my!
Little alien kid.
Oh, that's right. People were calling the kid ugly.
Yeah, people were saying he was ugly. And he
I find it disturbing that Gene knows more about the Island Boys than we do.
I don't. I find it so refreshing, and I'm not. Clearly, Sarah told him about it, or Coben, but either way, I'm fine with it.
Right.
I think Gene was on Facebook, and that's how he started.
No.
Yeah, I see him on Facebook.
You do?
Yeah.
Your algorithm's a little sketchy.
Well, I don't know how to adjust that on my phone.
He said, I don't know how to adjust Gene. There's no adjusting the algorithm. It's what you watch.
They just jump on there from time to time, you know?
You've got a slightly homosexual algo.
Yeah.
Which is it's cool. It's cool. Nothing wrong. It gets,
I'm not homosexual phobic.
I know you're not.
I'll tell you no.
But your algo is. You've been on some homosexual stuff.
Well, I mean,
I think you need to look at your phone.
It's a
the parts that I see ain't homosexual, so.
Well, just wait,
I guess it could be the way they dress up, but
They're tracking you, Gene.
They're tracking me?
Yeah, they got a homo algorithm on you.
Because every time you watch it, that's why they're going to keep popping up more and more.
Oh.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
Gene, do you have an Alexa at home?
I think the first time
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you're looking for some big stuff, like obviously Sunbelt Rental Lummy that's our jam, but sometimes Sunbelt Rental doesn't have the really big stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The big,
heavy duty equipment,
84-inch, compactor, or the big, huge, excavator. Like you can go to Synergy, go to Synergy Equipment. Pick out your location, but you're not going to get this kind of like this. Look at this. You're not going to get that. I don't think you're going to get that at Sunbelt. I'm not talking bad about Sunbelt because I'm headed to Sunbelt today to pick up a piece of equipment. But if you're looking for big stuff, you need to go to Synergy. SynergyEquipment.com. They'll give you your day rate. They'll give you your weekly rate, your monthly rate. And they got, John Deere, Bobcat. They got anything that you could potentially need, from an excavator to the huge pump division.
What are you trying to say? That they give a better deal? Because they don't. Because the reason they're giving a good deal right now is the simple fact that no one's borrowing or renting that stuff, because most anybody needs to real big stuff already own their own.
No, Gene. There's a lot of guys that are doing, road construction and various other forms of.
And Sunbelt's got anything you need for that.
But they don't have the big 327. They don't have the big excavator. They don't have that locally. They have to bring that in.
Oh, but they could get it?
They could probably get it. But Synergy has, my God, look at the branches.
Look at the arm length on that thing.
Oh, yeah. I'm having buffering problems
going on over there
with the Synergy. But they got 30 or 40 different locations. Here, Brant, maybe
you think you can run one of those?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I run them all the time.
Oh, wow.
One of those big excavators?
Yeah.
Big 27.
Grab some dirt out of that hole quickly.
Big 27-foot boom.
Oh, wow.
Look at the locations. Dothan, Alabama, and then look at all of Florida. Clearwater, Cocoa, Daytona, Jacksonville, Fort Myers, Doral, Kissimmee, Lakeland, Ocala, Pompano, Panama Beach, Orlando, Sarasota, Tampa. Couple different locations in Tampa, Sarasota, Stewart, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, another one in Texas. So for the big stuff, I'm talking the big stuff. Go to SynergyEquipment.com and rent away, my friend.
That's just for commercial use.
Yeah, that's probably not for home stuff.
Right.
That's for the big boys that are building
My boys from Sunbelt take care of the people.
Your boys from Sunbelt, Gene.
Take care of the people, man.
Take care of the guys that are doing the residential stuff.
That's
and things
right.
Like that.
From fixing grandma's house to fixing your own to fixing community.
Gene, I was trying to tell you that he was doing a read.
Yeah, he's now you're just Gene. You completely screwed up.
We're gonna have to cut that part out now.
It's a commercial.
Gene, like
he kept doubling down.
I kept trying to tell him, Bob. I wrote him a note too. I wrote him a note. I said, Gene,
you
it's a
should have
commercial.
wrote it a little better. You said
I'm doing it. I'm doing anytime you hear me do an endorsement, don't come in as a ball buster and try to talk about the competition. I do business with both Synergy
you fight for
and
your guys. I'll fight for mine.
Well, no, you're not. You can't fight for your guys.
Both of them instead of both. Say, listen, look at the fight we had about this. Now I'm off.
I tried, Bubba. I'm sorry.
When I'm doing a straight up endorsement, you should. Why else am I going to talk about that?
I thought you found some kind of something.
I got a major deal with Synergy. A major deal with Synergy. And I have a major deal to do with Sunbelt, and they have their both lanes. I'm going to pick up something for Sunbelt later today. Gene, I got a major deal with Toyo. That'd be like you be saying, I'm on a Toyo tire deal. And I'm saying, let me tell you something about those Firestones I got. Man, let me tell you something. Toyo ain't got nothing like them Firestones. And then before that, I got some Michelins, and I got some Hancocks.
No, I wasn't saying that guy had better stuff than our guy. I was saying my guy.
Hold on,
you weren't. Little people, he got the big stuff.
You weren't dancing with me.
No, I know. Well, you started it by saying something dumb.
Lummy's going to have to cut all your stuff out in order for me to send it to the Synergy
Here,
people.
add this, Lummy. I get all of my heavy lifting equipment from Synergy. There you go. How's that?
Thank you. All of that were Gene.
You want the big stuff? Go to Synergy. You want the little stuff? Go to my guy.
Okay, just shut up. Just shut up. I got,
just A1 me.
Just like when I was with Skag, when I was doing my Skag deal. Let me tell you something. I got a Toro, but I painted it orange and put Skag on it. Do you think my Skag dealer really wants to hear that? Do you think Randy, the CEO of Skag, wants to know that you got a Toro that you painted orange and put Skag on it? Do you
but
really
I had
think
my mower before we was endorsed.
I understand
so
that you should probably at that point just say nothing. You should just probably say, you know what? I got this little ass Toro that can't hardly cut nothing. I need to trade it in for a Skag. That's better than saying you painted your Toro.
Maybe if I told them I painted my Toro through a sticker on there, they'd be saying, "Oh man, I feel bad for last year. Let's give him a real one."
Well, yeah.
You never know.
You know what? Or it could feel, or Gene, it could probably get you a real one better if you would say, "Man, I feel stupid by buying this Toro. You need to probably go down there and see what I can get, what kind of deal I can get on the Skag." I can go farther with that with my buddy Randy than saying that, you painted your Toro orange and put Skag stickers on it. You gotta learn how to dance with me, kid.
Okay.
You gotta know we have certain amount of endorsers and people that pay good money and give us great deals on things, and you just can't. You can't. You were killed. I was trying so hard to pull the nose up on the Synergy deal, and he's like, "Yeah, but let me tell you something. For the guys at home that ain't building big roads that just need like a log splitter this weekend, the Synergy ain't got that now.
You know why they're cheap, Bob, all right? Because no one's used it on.
Where are you going to buy a commercial like that?
That was the worst. That was the worst. That was the worst
both
of all.
of them.
Hold on. The worst of all was, you know why they're so cheap, don't you? You know why you can rent them so cheap? Why, G? Because there ain't nobody using them. That's why. Nobody's using them. They're going right down the Sunbelt. That's why they're so. No, Gene, that's not why they're cheap. Gene, they're not cheap. I mean, they're they're the available.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I was.
Even Seth will tell you.
Lummy, what did you write on the note? Because after you showed the note,
I kept trying to show him, but he wasn't.
Yeah, Lummy really
commercial.
he threw me under the bus by trying to help me.
Yeah, Gene. I mean, Lummy, you need to give him one of these deals. Like,
shut up.
You want to look at me?
Just shut up. Just say that, Lummy.
But the note said,
shut up on it.
The note said what? This is a commercial?
It's a commercial. Shut up.
Jesus. Did it say shut up? Oh, I didn't read that far. Yeah. Sorry.
He doubled down harder after he read the note.
Oh, I know.
Well, I thought I had to. I mean, let me, you're giving me a softball. Help me. and I just didn't know to shut up.
Right.
So I thought the softball was just,
the reason why you can get everything so cheap at Synergy is because nobody's buying into stuff. Yeah, that's right. I go to you know what I do? I go right down there to Sunbelt. They got everything from your grandma's. That's what he said. From your grandma's house to your house, Sunbelt's got it all. That's where you need to go. That's why Synergy's so cheap, because everybody's going to Sunbelt. And damn, everybody can figure that out.
He might have revolutionized how commercials are done, though.
I don't know, man. You know how commercials are done is you talk about their competition. Hi, we're McDonald's, but you know what? Burger King's right across the street, and they got onion rings and we don't. So I mean, you know, nobody likes onion rings. They suck. They suck. Onion ring sucks. Come try our golden fries here at McDonald's, but don't forget Burger King right across the street.
That's why they're so cheap and we're so expensive.
Yeah, you know why Burger King onion rings are so cheap? Because they suck. Nobody buys them. They buy our golden fries. What an idiot. I was trying so hard to pull the nose up and get him off my ass. I was trying so hard.
He was locked in,
you got to understand, as a host, I'm trying to.
You got a button for that. You hit the red button. Shut me off.
Yeah, well, then you hear, you're Seth. You're right. Maybe competition marketing might be the new wave of the era.
Oh, he might have revolutionized the game.
Yeah, exactly.
I think.
Let me tell you something. You know why you're the guy that you're endorsing so cheap? Because nobody's going and getting that stuff. Nobody needs an 84-inch paddle compactor. But I'll tell you one thing right now. They might need a power sprayer from Sunbelt. Nobody needs a 27-foot boom excavator. How you going to do that? But I'll tell you right now, if you need to buy a painter for your drive, Sunbelt rental. Nobody needs a bulldozer. Everybody needs a light tower, though. I'm telling you that right now. Sunbelt. Idiot. What an idiot. Straight idiot.
It's because he didn't dress himself today, Bubba.
Yeah, what happened to
Or
that?
he had to dress himself today.
Gee, what happened? Usually your wife is there to dress you, put your socks on.
She was dealing with the dogs, man. They went crazy out there.
Damn ass dogs.
I think they were chasing a raccoon or something.
So you let them out probably when you got up to go do their business, and all of a sudden they're just going nuts.
Yeah, and they were way back on that back 40.
And so she has to go out there and make sure they're not killing, somebody that jumped the fence, some homeless guy.
Exactly.
And you have to do your own deal.
So I had to hurry up.
Now, where do you stand on your rental property? And when you hold on, you didn't answer my question, Seth. Can you imagine this guy being your landlord?
I don't think I could. I'd be so scared.
Are you a good landlord or are you a dick?
Oh, I ain't been a landlord yet.
You've been a landlord before when you rented out the King Street place.
Then I end up selling the property to him.
But you, for a while, for like 2 years, you rented it to him.
Rental, and
So you have been a landlord. You also were a landlord when you sold your Lasker powder coating to a dude. He made payments to you.
Yeah.
So you had to go. That was landlord-ish.
Okay, well, everybody paid on time, so I really didn't have to do nothing crazy.
I know. So what would you like? Let's say a guy, the house next door that you are refurbing to make into a rental.
Uh-huh.
Let's say the guy's pretty cool. Does he have to maintain his own lawn and everything, or do you?
Yeah. I'm talking to this one guy that wants to rent it, and I told him that I would take care of the lawn for a certain amount of money, and he said, "I don't mind mowing the lawn." I said, "Okay, you see me mowing mine, you need to be mowing yours."
Can you imagine the guy's grass just starts getting just a little bit too,
I got a parakeet fence over there, so I don't care what.
Thank you. Hold on. By the way, Lummy, Buck Buchanan, big today. I think Buck was $100 today. Thank you, Buck. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's a Friday, and we won't be. God, I think I opened up the show with I can't even. Like Memorial Day just really slipped up on me. There's only 3 things that I want to accomplish this Memorial Day. That project on Saturday, which should take. I got Bob Cook showing up now, so I think I got Mushroom Mitch, Bob Cook, you, me, and Big Red. So I think we can literally knock that out in 2 hours. So we're done there. And then Saturday, is that the little 500 at the Anderson Speedway with Morgan, with Kurt's car?
Yep. David Hamilton Jr., he's on the second. He's second fast qualifier.
And this if you can find, I don't know if you have Flow Sports or how they're going to broadcast it, but if you can find this, they take 33 is it wing or non-wing?
Non-wing.
Non-wing 410 sprint cars. 33.
There's 39 there right now qualifying.
Yeah, but they only take 33.
Only 33.
And on a track that's smaller than mine.
And they start them at the same time.
And they start them 3 abreast. And they go 500 laps, and it includes pit stops.
Yep.
Now, has Kurt and the crew worked on pit stops?
Oh, yeah. They got
mean, because you got to – because now here's the thing. You just can't – in a sprint car,
you wouldn't believe the special type of tail tank they designed with a breather on it where they can pump. They can put 30 gallons in it in like 5 seconds.
But hold on, here's the biggest effery, because sprint cars once you take them out of gear. First of all, in order to stop a sprint car, you got to take it out of gear. Well, then you just can't shove it back in. There's no clutch. It's direct drive. So you can't clutch it, put it in gear, and take off. You have to literally turn the motor off, and then all these guys are pitting, and they got all these push trucks. But a lot of it's luck and how fast you get a push truck to get behind you to fire you back off. There's been people that have lost this race because the push truck didn't get to them fast enough.
You probably want to pay the guy a little bit of money before the race.
You might walk up to the push truck guy and go, here's $100, maybe 2. Here's $200.
And I'll double it if you take care of me.
And if I win, I got another $200 for you.
Yep.
But anytime you see what's Morgan, the 14?
Yep.
When you see the Morgan exterior 14 come in, I don't give a crap. I mean, you get here. So I'm assuming left, right, fuel, push off, right?
Yeah,
500 laps.
True.
Of these 410 sprint cars. I think they got Bubba Army stickers on them. I think.
Yes, he does.
The driver is Davey Hamilton Jr.
Yep.
His dad is a famous race car driver. Raced in the Indianapolis 500.
And Davey's got him at Indy Lights ride now for 4 shows coming up here. So he's an Indy car driver too.
So Davey, who drives for Kurt Morgan, if he does well in the Indy Lights, the stepping stone to Indy cars, if in the 4-ride deal that he got, if he nails it, which the kid's just unbelievable. He's a great shoe. If he does what he usually does, he'll probably have an Indy ride next year.
Yeah.
And then Kurt, he'll probably drive for Kurt.
I don't know. He's not doing nothing. Yep.
Maybe drive for Kurt when he's not doing nothing, yep. And then but if he gets a full-time Indy ride, he may only drive for Kurt in the wintertime.
That's okay. We'll go to a lot of IndyCar races for free.
You know what we need to start doing as we get older? You and I are such good friends. We really are. We've known each other for 25 years. We need to start doing things together, whether it's going to dinner with our wives and / my girlfriend, or going.
We say that all the time.
Hold on, or going. Well, listen. You know what, asshole? Last week, hold on. Shut up. Last week, I was in your area. I stopped by your shop. I've done that process a couple times. You're gone.
I know.
So don't say that I haven't tried, because I have. I've tried to swing by your shop a couple times, hang out with you. I wanted to play with your little puppy and your cool-ass black guy, who I think runs the show when you're gone.
Yes, he does.
Said, nah, Bubba, you just missed him. So, we need to start hanging out. Like, we should be at that race tomorrow. We should be on a plane tonight, flying up to Indy. I know Indy. I know everybody. And we should be
walking around.
In their Kurt Morgan pits.
Yep.
Not that you and I are going to be changing the right rear.
No, but we can sit on the tower and watch.
We can sit on the pit tower and watch. And I listen to this, Gene. Here's the other deal. Rico from Fatheads, He has, in turn 2 at the Indianapolis 500, they have those luxury suites.
Yeah.
He's got a luxury suite in turn 2 that we could literally go to the race and watch the 500 on Sunday, fly back Sunday night or fly back Monday morning. Now, the last time I did fly with Gene, it was a little uncomfortable. It was right after 9/11, and we almost got thrown off the airplane.
Why? Because of Gene?
What happened tonight? What did I do then?
Remember when the guy wanted to go through your stuff?
Oh, yeah.
And he was an African-American gentleman?
Oh, Gene, what'd you say?
I don't know.
He goes, let me tell you something, buddy. You didn't. So the guy went through.
Yeah, he didn't take stuff out the way.
So the way Gene packs is he rolls everything up in rolls.
Yeah.
Like he rolls his shirts up, he rolls his jeans up, he rolls his
stacks better.
And he stacks everything in there like they're literally little hand towel rolls of toilet. This is what Gene's clothes look like. Right here, I'm showing a paper towel roll.
You don't get many wrinkles that way.
And you can really stuff stuff in there. So the African American gentleman has a stick and he's going through all of Gene's stuff. Now, literally, this is 6 months after 9/11, when everybody was at its, they were very, Lummy, everybody was on edge. So the African American gentleman goes through all of Gene's stuff, wipes it down, makes sure there's no bomb material, and then gives it back to Gene after he had gone through his stuff. And Gene goes, let me tell you something.
That ain't the way you got it.
That ain't the way I gave it to you, buddy. And the guy goes, sir, we don't have to. He goes, oh, you don't have to put stuff back? Oh, that's great. That's real great. You ain't got to put stuff back. I spent 20 minutes making sure I could get all my stuff in there. And he's starting to cause a scene now. And I'm like, Lasker, shut up. Shut up. Oh, I got to shut up because this dude right here, I ain't saying anything like, about, the plane or anything like that. I'm like, shut up. We're already through TSA. Shut up. Nope. I am not shutting up because this is just straight wrong. Bull crap. Have to sit here and re-roll all my stuff. So
re-roll?
And so he's back in there re-rolling all of his stuff. We're flying Delta. We used my points to fly first class. So I actually had, when I had American Express Black Card, they bumped you up to first class. Yeah. Well, Lasker, what a dick. So all these people are in line to get on the plane. Well, they always go, welcome to Delta 59er 49er to Kansas City, Missouri, because we were going to the Knoxville Nationals. First class veterans and handicapped people that need assistance with people with children and our Delta preferred first class, please start making your way as we are going to pre-board. And so that's us. So the plane's full. So there's a line, Lummy, from here to the mailbox of people getting in. Lasker has his ticket and it's 2A. I'm in 2B. He's in 2A. And so all these other people that are on 34B and everything, Lasker's walking up saying, hey, buddy, let me see your ticket. Oh, 34. Look at mine. I'm in 2A, buddy. 2A. Right here, 2A. Getting on the plane, 2A. So, sorry, you're in 34B? Man, that sucks back there. They always say the plane's wreck and the people up front survive first. I'm like, oh, my God. Please. So we get sat down. And, of course, they always offer you like a complimentary drink or something like that. And they're like, sir, would you like something to drink? Yeah, I like that something. What do you got? Well, we got, any mixed drinks, beer, wine, Coca-Cola. All right, I take a Jack and Coke and go heavy on the Jack. How about it? And so Gene's got 2 Jack and Cokes going, pretzels. He's completely asking them for everything. All right, I see some pretzels back there. How about that? So, Gene's got 2 bags of pretzels.
I know that you're embellishing some of this, but I can still see it all happening.
I'm not embellishing at all.
I was asking for the free stuff.
I'm not embellishing at all.
See, you got some pretzels back there.
He's got 2 things of pretzels and 2 Jack and Cokes, and he's like, "This is great, man. You know what? And I didn't even have to pay for it. This fat ass, but he's got a black card and it got his free bumped up." And so we're driving. We finally get landed, and we're driving, and Gene's just looking all around, and I think I've told the story before, the Des Moines story. Have I told the story before, Gene? Lummy, the Des Moines story. So you know,
think so.
Des Moines is spelled DES. Then
while I was doing the driving.
I was driving, and so I go, and I think I was recording because I just knew how much this dumbass would do it. So I go, Gene, we're looking for a town that starts with a D. It's like DEM something. We're looking for that town. The next time you see that on the sign, make sure you point it out and tell me how many miles away we are. Just knowing exactly how he's going. So we're driving, and he goes, oh, I see the sign. It says Des Moines, 84 miles.
Yeah, but see that?
Is that what you're looking at? I go, yeah. Des Moines.
You were driving, and then you got out of the car, and you told me to drive, and you said, we're going to Des Moines. I said, okay.
Yeah, we're going to Des Moines.
We're about 100 miles away to Des Moines, okay? I drove for 300 miles, and I never seen Des Moines.
I fell asleep, by the way.
Right. And I said, and he goes, you didn't see Des Moines? And I said, no. He goes, you were way past it. And I go, so as we're going back.
So, yeah, so we're going back.
200 miles.
So we're going back. Gene's like, let me tell you something.
He goes, there it is, Des Moines. And I go, oh. I thought it said Des Moines.
I know we weren't going to Des Moines. I thought we were going to Des Moines. He'd passed Des Moines and went another 100 miles before I woke up. We turned back around. I take over, and I go, Gene, the next time you see Des Moines, you tell me how far out, because that's where we're supposed to go. Oh, there it is right there. Des Moines, 43 miles. I said, that's
what it looked like to me.
That's pronounced Des Moines, Gene. Yeah. So traveling with this guy is an adventure.
Ooh, man, I'm exhausted.
Me too. We haven't got into the P. Diddy stuff.
No, we haven't.
You know what? Let's bona fidely just make ourselves start unpacking that for the rest of the show when we come back.
Perfect.
All right?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Remember the day that I had to that you were doing snow angels by the cops?
Man, why did we go to jail?
Oh, we're coming out of this Have a Nice Day cafe, and Gene found out that one of our suppliers, forget who it was, might have been the King, B&R Motorsports. So Gene finds that Blake and his son have a tab at Have a Nice Day Cafe. So he goes up and he commences to getting drunker than he's ever been in his life because he's putting it on their tab. So we're going out and he is absolutely just shit-faced drunk, won't listen, multiply Gene's arrogantness by 100. There's cops out there. And it's snowing. And Gene's like, I never really seen snow before. And Gene starts taking these snowballs and winging them at whoever he can wing them at. And then he goes right in front of this cop and starts doing snow angels in the snow. And the cop says, you better take your drunk friend home or he's going to jail. And then Lasker goes, oh, so it's illegal to do so. Let me get this straight. It snows in Indiana, and when it snows, you can't do snow angels in the street. And guy's like, no, you can't do them.
They kind of followed us to make sure we went.
Oh yeah. So I told him we're staying at the Embassy Suites, and he goes, okay, if you guys go straight to the Embassy Suites, I'm not gonna hit you for public drunkenness, but if you don't, I'm gonna get that guy right there. Not me, because I was a handler. I'm going to get that guy for public intoxication. So that's when I got upstairs and beat the shit out of him. I did like 5 body slams off my bed. Remember that?
You did the body slams?
He goes, you can't hurt me there, fatso. Can't do shit to me. I said, wait till you start falling asleep and I jump from my bed on top of you and break a rib. I did it one time, and that's all it took really to calm him down for the rest of the meet, because I could always just threaten him that I was going to jump on him. Gene, that's when you had your Hogan Fu Manchu, remember?
Yeah. Good looking out, Ryan.
Man, we should be going to Indy this weekend.
It's not too late.
No, it's too late. I got shit. I got 5 guys showing up tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
What's more important than hanging out with your buddy at a NASCAR event?
It's not NASCAR.
I'm sorry.
That's sanctioned by... I wonder who sanctions that, Gene? That little 500.
Anderson Speedway.
Oh, you just think it's a non-sanctioned deal?
Yeah. It's just their gimmick that they started a long time ago.
I think that's got really big banking.
Yeah, it's high bank. It's a high bank track.
It's co-sanctioned by the United States Speed Association.
United States what?
Speed Association.
I never even heard that.
USSA.
Apple's getting tariffed 25%. All right.
Apple?
Apple.
Getting tariffed 25%.
Yeah.
Who's...
For not making their products in America. Dude, I love the Alshon, man.
Oh, he's threatening him. He's got his pants.
Oh yeah, it fucks.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Fish on the J, $50 in the PayPal. Thank you. I got some email from some guy being an asshole saying, I sniped Charlie for 100. I want my money back.
Well, no, I think he was
What does that mean?
No, he was saying about like the guys that did pay the 100. Are you going to reimburse them? He was worried about other people's money.
Yeah, no, I'm not. You should know that snipeable stuff is not Charlie related. Charlie is an asshole that's going to say stuff that might be somewhat funny. Most of it's not funny. So don't snipe Charlie. That way we don't have to get into me refunding you or not. Like that's a whole crap show in itself.
What does a sniping mean?
Lemmy, you want to explain to Gene what a snipe is?
It means that when someone's calling on the phone and the fans don't want to hear him anymore, they could pay $100 and Bubba hangs up on them right then and there.
Used to be.
Oh, that's a nice one. I like it. We don't do that no more?
Hi, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. Week 2 of testimony in the trial against hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs wrapping up today with witnesses, including...
So this wraps up week 2, right? And didn't they say all along that it was going to be a 3 to 4 week trial?
I don't recall hearing a timeline.
Yeah,
it said they estimated between a 4 to 8 week trial.
Oh, okay, all right.
The general manager of a luxury Beverly Hills hotel on the stand. The jury.
I like that girl's haircut. I really do.
Also hearing from rapper Kid Cudi today. He testified about a break-in at his house. At one point, comparing Combs
to a Marvel supervillain. The rapper, whose real name is Scott Muscati, also testifying about his car being set on fire, allegedly after Combs found...
Gene, you ever set a car on fire? Not necessarily have to make any other details other than just a yes or no.
Yeah.
Out he was dating Cassie Ventura. Now, prosecutors allege Combs firebombed Muscati's car, an allegation they could try to weave into the racketeering conspiracy count involving arson. Now, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Also today, Diddy's former assistant, who was granted immunity, testifying about what he claims he saw happen on a private plane and an apple throwing incident that he called the last straw working for Diddy. Coming up, Kid Cudi's message for fans after his big day in court. Plus,
is that the way I hope he didn't go to court that way, wear like a bathrobe and a...
No, that's at a...
It's one of...
That's like some...
walking the red carpet.
One of the most searched topics tonight, what people want to know about Kid Cudi's dog. I want to get right to Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky, who has been in the courtroom every day of this trial. Aaron, let's get right into Kid Cudi appearing in court. Paint the picture.
He looks like kind of a Brian Petroni kind of guy.
Sure, for us. How did he walk in?
Like if Brian,
Brian's
was on the spectrum, he'd look like this guy. Wow.
Unlike any other witness that we have seen so far, he's in a leather jacket, white T-shirt, jeans, and smoking a cigarette as he's entering court. And then he takes his position comfortably in the witness box, surveys the room. The jury is interested in this figure because he's a Grammy-winning rapper, and introduced himself as Scott Muscati. And when asked, are you better known as any other name? And he said, Kid Cudi. And right from the start, you knew this was a unique witness. And he talked about two instances in particular where he said...
I mean, can you have a little more couth with regards to your entrance into a very, very, very important federal lawsuit? Can you put out the heater?
It ain't on him. Why worry about it?
That Sean Combs broke into his house, and he told the jury about his suspicions that later...
It's optics, Gene. It's optics.
Right, but look what you're looking at.
I know. Look what you're looking at. A guy smoking a heater, wearing jeans and a T-shirt. I don't know if
out of the hood.
I don't know if that presents as good or as well for the government in prosecution as a guy that...
Why, this guy was for us or for the good guys?
Yeah, this guy was, he was a witness for the government.
Oh.
So maybe not smoking a heater and a T-shirt and maybe being a little more presentable and not smoking clear up until you hit the front door.
He's probably nervous because he's going to lie.
Combs arranged the firebombing of his car.
Okay, Aaron, give us...
He's probably nervous because he's going to lie.
His vibe. What was he like on the stand? How did the jury react to all of this?
He was pretty casual. If he didn't understand something, he'd look at the lawyer and just go, huh? Or what? And at one point he let out a big yawn when he's talking about things that, have been talked about in the entertainment world for more than a decade. This car fight.
Let me semi-autograph Travis. Did you see that? $30 in the cash app.
Thank you.
Boom.
That kid cut.
For Gene Lasker.
That he endured in 2012.
That dude's ugly right there.
What's that?
That dude's. They painted him ugly.
Well, that's Kid Cudi.
Significant now, Eva.
I know it's not your Island Boys that you are so into.
I'm not so into them. I kind of noticed them now.
Seth Kushner will even testify.
I asked about him.
That you're an Island Boy, Mark.
Well, they were talking about rappers, and I don't know that many rappers, and I asked them about the Island Boys.
Federal prosecutors.
Of all obscure people to think of, Gene thinks of rappers as the Island Boys.
I loved our conversation, man.
Try to convince the jury that Sean Combs used arson as part of the criminal enterprise that he was running.
There was a whole scuttlebutt about if he could...
I wonder how they would draw Gene if Gene was in federal court.
Talk about what happened to his dog. What was that all about?
Real bad.
Oh, so he accuses Sean Combs of breaking into his house after he finds out that he's dating Cassie Ventura. And he says when he got to the house, he found some Christmas gifts open, unwrapped, that he had bought for his family, and his dog locked up in the bathroom. And he said it made the dog kind of permanently jittery and very much on edge. I think federal prosecutors had wanted to know a little bit about the dog and how the dog responded to the house being broken into. And the judge at one point, because the defense objected, was confused, saying, like, you're going to talk about the trauma inflicted on the dog. And And the judge said, well, I know this is a very important topic. He laughed a little bit.
Ugly right there.
And unfortunately, the prosecutor said,
yeah, I mean, if I'm the judge, I'm stopping the prosecution, the government at getting into the possible trauma that your dog has suffered. I got to draw the line there.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
the dog is no longer with us. But Kid Cudi's...
And the dog's dead, by the way.
Oh, man, that's horrible.
He's clearly a dog lover. He said that he found out from his dog's babysitter, the words he used, that his car was on fire. One early morning phone call that
had the dog been in the car that was set on fire, that's a problem, obviously.
Yeah.
Received from this woman.
Adam Wiley, long live Gene Lasker on the PayPal. Thank you, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Diddy went in his house. Like, this is Diddy went in his house and then did a Molotov cocktail to his car. I mean, I know it's not necessarily like all of the charges.
Did he do anything in the house?
They just said that he just locked his dog up and opened a bunch of Christmas
No,
gifts.
he didn't hurt the dog. Then he put him in the bathroom. I mean, somebody messes with your wife and does your wife and takes her away from you. You might want to go in the house and burn it down too.
Porch had been torched.
Cassie Ventura's former makeup artist was also
and put their dog in the bathroom.
But that's cool. He didn't kill the dog.
On the stand today. What did she say?
Mila Morales said she first met Cassie Ventura, Eva, when she was about 16 years old. She had made her up for various events over the years. But she recalled Grammy Award weekend in 2010. She said they had been out. Prince was having a party. They were out for dinner. They finally get back to the Beverly Hills Hotel. Mila Morales...
Man, look, not that you're looking, but look at all these tents and all these networks that are...
all because of Diddy.
Propped up again, on the other side of the...
asleep, but she says Cassie Ventura comes in a moment later and almost immediately followed by Sean Combs. And Sean Combs demands, where the F is she? Cassie Ventura had gone into the bedroom. Sean Combs followed her in there. Mila Morales says she heard screaming and a commotion. Sean Combs storms out of the hotel suite. And when Mila Morales next sees Cassie Ventura, she has a black eye, knots on her head. She took her home and had a doctor friend come and examine her to see if she had a concussion.
Now bring the doctor friend and put him on the stand.
The doctor apparently recommended that Cassie Ventura go to the ER, but Morales said she didn't want to go.
We also heard from the general manager of an upscale Beverly Hills hotel on the stand today. He talked about hotel logs. Why?
This was from L'Hermitage in Beverly Hills, and Sean Combs had stayed there a bunch over the years, according to the reservation log. And with each guest that was a repeat visitor, there was what was called a profile log established. And under the heading for Sean Combs, it said...
I would say, do not...
Rent again.
Do not allow any rental. Do not allow. Banned. Messy. Pig. Destructive.
Up the price.
Triple the amount.
That housekeepers had noticed that there was always candle wax all over the place and that he used a lot of oil. And the jury had already heard.
And don't forget, Lummy, he had a guy, his assistant, that was the fixer that would come in before the housekeeping and do kind of a forensic sweep and clean of the place. That was yesterday's testimony.
Yeah, clean up before the.
So he,
candle wax.
Can you imagine had he not, taken 60 to 70% of this nonsense away, and they're just talking about what was left.
Baby oil. Those were things for the freak-offs.
Aaron Katursky for us there at the courthouse. Thank you so much, Aaron. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer was also in court today. You are here to break this all down for us. Okay, so it was a big day in court. What stood out to you?
So we all showed up for Kid Cudi. We knew he was going to testify, but I did not expect this quote from Kid Cudi. It came in the context of there was some back and forth between him and Sean Combs. He wasn't responding to him in terms of whether or not he was dating Cassie. His car gets Molotov cocktailed. He shows up at the Soho house to try to kind of squash the beef, so to speak, with Combs. And he says this is what Combs is doing. He's standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. It got a couple laughs in the court, but also painted this very menacing and very awkward kind of encounter between Sean Combs and Kid.
I mean, I got to think that if you're a rapper in New York City and you're, even if you're an established Grammy award-winning rapper like Kid Cudi, that's kind of Sean Combs' town, and he can do things that most people cannot. One of which is to try to burn your car down and make entry into your home. Do you fight that, or do you keep your mouth shut?
Cudi in relation to who's dating Cassie.
We also have to talk about this alleged car bombing situation.
While you're blasting his ex. So you're blasting his ex.
A lot of people was, that's he wanted people to blast his woman. It's.
But I think he wanted people to blast his woman while they were still together. And then once she broke up and it was just a Kid Cudi and her relationship, P. Diddy was no longer the third wheel. I think that's what freaked P. Diddy out, I think.
What did Kid Cudi say happened?
Maybe he told Kid Cudi, hey, you can date her. I just want to be there and watch it.
Here.
So a number of things, right? A little bit of context. Prior to this alleged arson, there is an alleged burglary that Kid Cudi says Sean Combs is participating in. Someone calls him by the name of Miss Clark saying, Combs is in your home. He calls Combs. He's like, where are you? I'm here. I'm going to come see you, whatever it may be. And a few days later...
I don't think that looks good for Combs to the jury. That he just, breaks into a dude's house and lights his car on fire. And the only thing the guy is guilty of, is that he's dating your ex. And you guys, not dating your ex while you're together, but you guys are clearly broke up. She's single. You're dating her. And you do these outrageous things. I don't think that looks good for a jury, in my opinion.
This happens. The cut of the top of his Porsche and a Molotov cocktail inside. We saw some charring on the inside of that vehicle. And we've heard this from Cassie's civil lawsuit and this case when she testified before, that this was meant to be a threat, according to her, of Sean Combs towards Kid.
But Seth, they were broke up when Kid Cudi dated Cassie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cudi.
And we should say that we heard
This does not look good for P. Diddy.
Cudi on the stand say when they talked about this, Combs denied having anything to do with this apparent situation. Okay, so on the cross, the defense seemed to really push Kid Cudi on his relationship with Cassie. What was that all about?
So the sense that I got was that she's playing into this relationship with Kid Cudi and Sean Combs. That Sean Combs, as we heard, was on a break with Cassie, and then they started dating Kid Cudi and her. And what the defense was getting at,
all right, that's what we thought,
was well, she lied to you. She played you. That they weren't really on again, off again, but in fact they were still dating, and you didn't know this. And the entire time you were dating, Sean Combs never interrupted this relationship, never got involved. He didn't know he was in the scene at all. And I think what they were trying to get at is Cassie was free to leave. She was free to have her own relationship, and Sean Combs wasn't intersecting with that. And also this idea that she was...
do they have 100% proof that he did break into the car and that he was at Kid Cudi's house? Like, is that locked in?
How much proof they actually have?
Yeah.
Manipulative in some way, shape, or form.
Like, what do they have to prove that?
Saying the words that, well, Cassie played not only you...
I think that's the important piece that you need to know.
Remember somebody called Kid Cudi and said that Diddy was at the house, and then he said Diddy called and said, I'm here.
Right.
Also Sean Combs.
So if they could look at phone records, right? Look at phone records or surveillance.
And Kid Cudi agreed.
We also have to talk about the former assistant who got the immunity from yesterday. He was back on the stand this morning. Did he...
Kind of looks like me.
...say anything to you that made sense for the immunity deal here?
No. And this is one of the reasons why I woke up so early and showed up. Because in my mind, I practice in the Southern District of New York. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you going to give this person immunity for? Meaning that they cannot be prosecuted based on what they say. That is so great that you're waiting for them. And it wasn't really much. 3 different interactions of assault, 2 between Cassie, 1 between Gina. And the fact that he bought some drugs, not as much as I thought it'd be.
Okay, so we've got this long weekend that's happening. Court's not in session tomorrow. It's not in session on Monday. How do you think that impacts both sides of this case?
And Seth, I don't think the jury is sequestered. I think they're freed. I think they're living at home still. I don't think they're sequestered.
Really?
Let me.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Just no one got murdered or nothing?
It's all about what the jury's going to be left with, thinking about in the last few words they've heard. They heard about the wax and the baby oil, the strawberry and the chocolates, the abuse allegations from the Grammy of 2010. And of course,
he's talking about what the jury is going to take home for the weekend and think about.
They're not sequestered.
All right, they're not sequestered. So the prosecution wants to put on a super high spot before they leave for the day yesterday, as they have all day today, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to think about it. So let's see what they put on.
last thing they heard is about an HSI investigator talking about extracting information from 3 of Cassie's laptops. Those are going to be the last things in their mind over the next 4 days because they're off tomorrow as well.
Yeah, back in court on Tuesday. Brian Buckmeyer, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, now that testimony is wrapped ahead of the long weekend, we want to look back at a notable moment this week. Yesterday, a forensic psychologist took the stand as an expert witness for the prosecution, telling the jury in general about why some people stay in abusive relationships. Joining me now is Dr. Erin Nelson. She is not involved in the case against Sean Combs, but she...
I don't need some psychologist to tell me why Cassie stayed. She stayed for the money and the D.
That's right.
I mean, she said, it's why, most women stay for the money.
And the D, or just the money?
Just the money. Women. Let's be honest. A good-looking girl can get D anytime they want, but can they find a multi-billionaire? That's why they stay. The D. We'll wrap the show up next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
But I just sent you an article on the Apple tariff on the iPhone since it's breaking news. If they don't bring by June 1st, if they don't plan on bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., they're going to get a 25% tariff.
And your Apple phones are going to be $250 more.
Yeah.
American factories and brought directly to you with our complimentary in-home delivery.
How much is an Apple phone now?
Which is
$1,400.
$1,400.
I think, isn't that about what they are?
When I get them, they just tack them onto your monthly phone bill. So
I think
they're too much.
They're over 1,000.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
luxury mattress.
And I think Apple said they're going to pass the cost on to the consumer.
Oh, I'm sure.
Since trade talks with the United States, well, they're important, but other countries need to get involved to reach a comprehensive solution. Chinese delegation, the World Trade Organization, sent a statement today, and I'm quoting, "We need to find the way out," unquote. Beijing and the Trump administration agreed to a 90-day semi-truce that lowered tariffs between the two countries earlier, lowered them from what were essentially embargo-level tariff rates. But that doesn't mean that they're effectively low. More on that with our guest, Andrew Polk. He joins me now. He's a partner at Trivium China, a Beijing-based research firm. It's great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. China.
What?
And the equity markets are like, yeah.
Temporary de-escalation on Chinese goods in the U.S. actually administration that's partly played into that. Have inventories of all these goods, and we
Chinese don't approach it that way.
the table is likely to need to take a more active role in Russia, Ukraine.
That's what you would look like. You're arguing.
Negotiations. So
they don't know.
Donald Trump wants to do the negotiation. Zelensky is worked out at the lower working.
Traveling around saying, we want to be a better trade partner.
The U.S. is, unreliable. We're the role. A lot of that is basically trade diplomacy. The problem for China.
And look, there are and have been significant issues. Ownership requirements to operate in China is China.
And they keep pushing by all these actions that the overarching goal administration wants, which bring you
permanent or negotiating
the countries that saw all this.
I never know if stuff's getting shipped or if stuff was dropped off. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. They should just start having live concerts on TV. It's like sports.
Yeah, like you can go to the concert by
like
buying it, but it's a pay-per-view.
Yeah. Watch that shit.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
BubbaArmyHQ.com. Please try to, over the weekend, go there if you'd like to sign up and there's 2 levels of membership, both of which get you into our archives. One, you can stream it. Other ones, you can download it. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Within that, Lummy, I got an email to read. Hey, Bubba, I just want to say that I've been a very quiet listener on YouTube for about 10 years. Well, thank you. A lot of, our digital platform that you can watch the show is currently Rumble, YouTube, X, Twitch, Facebook, I think locals. I think that's all the visuals?
Yes, Twitch, Twitch, Facebook, Rumble, X, and YouTube.
Right. So thank you. He's been watching for 10 years. I'm 35 years old, and my dad used to listen to you on Howard up in Philadelphia. I remember being a kid in the back seat, not really understanding everything, but knowing whatever you guys were talking about had him laughing. Now these days later, all these years later, I find myself tuning in for the same reason. It's just more than entertainment. It's a connection, nostalgia, and somehow still feels fresh. You've been a constant voice through my life, and my life changes, and I wanted to say thanks for sticking around and keeping it real. Sincerely, the day-to-day, paycheck-to-paycheck guy that I'm sure I represent that love you. Thank you. Well, thank you for the great email, my friend. Appreciate it. Lummy, I want to end the holiday weekend. I love Megyn Kelly. She has the Jake Tapper? Jake Tapper?
Yes.
And Jake Tapper was the is he still with CNN?
I think so, yeah.
He is. I think he's got a book about Biden. And the book about Biden, I think, comes out and says, he knew about his deteriorating mindset. He knew about his cognitive, slippage and all of that, and now he's made it part of a book. He was actually the mediator for the one debate that Trump and Biden had. He was the mediator, and he's gone on to say that he feels bad and he's sorry that he didn't lay the wood that he quite frankly wasn't very fair to Trump.
Nope.
And he's now appearing on various other places to promote his book. And Megyn Kelly don't play. She does not put up with, hypocritical liars.
She's looking pretty good there.
And she's beautiful. Mm. She's one of the very first really pretty ones that Fox had.
Yeah. You covered the Biden presidency aggressively throughout the 4 years, and you didn't.
Now she's doing her own thing on MegynKelly.com, or I think it's exclusively on Sirius XM. She kills it. She does a great job. She's not bound by any network rules. She can just let it rip, and she still stayed very attractive. Megyn, I'm a huge fan of Megyn Kelly.
Presidency aggressively throughout the 4 years, and you didn't cover mental acuity hardly at all. I mean, time and time again, when issues came up, you seemed to be running cover for the president. You didn't seem interested.
That's true.
Well, I mean, we'll start with the Laura Trump issue that you referred. Here it is. This happened in 2020.
Joe Biden, as we all know, has worked to overcome a stutter. How do you think it makes little kids with stutters feel when they see you make a comment like that?
First and foremost, I had no idea
that Joe Biden ever suffered from a stutter. I think what we see on stage with Joe Biden, Jake, is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable
You are
to
no
watch somebody on stage search for
that's so
questions.
amazing.
You're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was
I
a
think that you
stuttering.
were mocking his stutter.
Joe
Yeah,
Biden.
I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no standing to diagnose somebody's cognitive decline.
And it's very concerning to a lot of people that this could be the leader of the free world.
Okay.
That is all I'm saying. I genuinely
Thank you,
feel
Laura
sorry
Trump.
for Joe Biden.
I appreciate it. I'm sure it was from a place of concern. We all believe that. Laura Trump, thank you so much.
Do you want to apologize to Laura Trump now?
I think he did. I don't know if it was there or if he called
probably
her.
had
but-
to. I think he did. I think he did apologize to her because he was completely wrong. She wasn't making his lack of cognitive skills about stuttering. She was just questioning his cognitive skills. And then Jake tries to make it about stuttering, and then strong arms her and kicks her off.
Yep.
To the last story of the day, but Trump says that Apple better start making some of their stuff here in America, or there's going to be a 25% tariff on Apple. This came right to. I have long informed Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, that I expect their iPhones will be sold. That will be sold in the United States of America, will be manufactured in the United States, not India or any place else. I posted on Friday on Truth Social. If that's not the case, a tariff of at least 25% must be paid by Apple to the U.S. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I mean, will they pay it?
I don't know.
They'll just up the price and pay it.
They'll just make us pay it.
Yeah,
is what they'll do. And here's the thing: Apple is one of the very few things that
we have to have.
People won't say, "Well, I'm going to hold off and go buy the competition," because
no way.
You're either a Samsung or you're an Apple guy.
You're an Android or an Apple.
Yeah, you're an Android or an Apple. Like, I would be lost.
We need a third-party Nextel system.
We do. We need a third-party communication system. Everybody have a great weekend.
Love you, Sarah.
Love you, Sarah. Coben, Merch Crick, everybody out there. Love me. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bring some gloves if you got them.
Yes, sir.
You good with that?
Yes, sir. Are you doing a read after this?
I'm doing a Mint Mobile gimmick after this.
All right.
Go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Peruse around. I think you'll like what you see. Have a fantastic weekend. The Indianapolis 500 is on Sunday at high noon, and I always cry when they sing "Back Home Again" today in Indiana. I just always cry.
The old Newton guy ain't singing it no more.
Again. No, but the guy that sings the national anthem for the Bulls,
right?
He in the Blackhawks, he sings it.
Oh, okay.
Seth, would you like to acknowledge the package that you got today? And you're beside yourself.
You get some more cards
with what the United States Postal Service charged this guy to get it to you.
Oh man, yeah. Ryan from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, sent me some cards. Alshon Jeffrey, Grady Jarrett, and Darnell Mooney. And
those pretty good cards.
Yeah, the post office charged them $31 to mail it from South Carolina.
Because of what? To make sure you got it and nothing got damaged. That's what you pay.
He said the lady bent him over like Diddy. It's supposed to cost $5 to mail this stuff.
Well, I mean, the Postal Service needs to make some money. I mean,
by the way, it's ruined Seth's day. He's like, I'm sick to my stomach.
I feel horrible about this.
Why? You help the Postal Service stay in business.
I feel better.
Gene, do you ever powder coat any of their mailboxes?
Yes. They don't never pay me.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.